I told you, Bev, 2 days
He
ago,
wants this
I
public.
started a crusade, a personal crusade against you. Everywhere I see you, when you spew the same bullshit that you always do, I
About straight
will call
lines.
you out on it every single time.
Yeah, there you go.
If
It's
you
a
want to have a
public,
real
not sacking.
conversation,
He
I
wants to
won't do it.
show everyone what happens.
Peter,
Every time,
did you
every
say that
time
you
you
had
do,
a proof before,
every time you do this,
Peter?
Bev, and this is, you always do it. And every time you do this, I will call you out on it.
Peter, did you say you had a proof before?
Yeah.
Or was it a slip up? Yes?
Yeah.
Oh. All right, let's hear it.
Like you're taking them down, like you're destroying it. Like it's like an ego death, if you will, because they see themselves as some sort of unadvanced human being who will be able to talk to an alien consciousness. They're waiting for the aliens to show up.
Mind Avengers, I think Peter said the other day, didn't he?
Oh, hell no.
When the aliens show up, does that mean the flat Earth is fake?
It's the globe.
I did, Bev.
Show up from where?
Space?
Where's that?
Up.
Yes, it does. We'll bow
Good
down.
to see you again, Bev, you polluter of minds.
See, there you go.
Damn, you got a fan already.
that.
Holy
There we
shit.
go.
Oh,
I'll never
Peter-
let go, Bev. I'm here for Jerry. I'll never let go.
It's Jerry and the children.
All right, time to run
No,
train on
Jerry
Peter.
is the normal people.
Peter came to get another train ran on him tonight. You dirty boy.
Yeah, Peter, what's going? I don't think I've come across you unless this is a sock.
you're in for a treat.
Yeah. Okay, so what's going on, Peter?
What's new today, Bev? What have you cooked
He's
up
one
today?
of these globe defenders that defending the minds of other people. It's not his own mind. Don't worry about that. His mind is absolutely solid. He's here to defend the minds of other people.
I'm not even here. I'm not even talking to you, Bev, to defend the globe. I'm here to defend freaking basic reason.
That's what I said. Yeah, I'm not attacking the globe, mate. I've never have. I've always said I have a
Yeah,
proof
I know. I couldn't give a
that
shit.
level
You're
is
attacking
horizontal.
logic itself.
And that proof, right, proves that the Earth is not flat. And that's too much for you, isn't it, Peter? That those minds that are wrecked by knowing that level is horizontal, and the ones that know the Earth's not flat, that's just too much, Peter. Tell everybody.
Oh,
yeah, I'll tell everybody.
He's getting hard right now, Bev. You just hearing you say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm here to defend that orange is sour.
Yeah, clown.
That's as much sense as you make when you say the words you say, Bev.
Mm-hmm.
And you're making more sense.
Equally as much sense as Bev is making.
Go on then, off you go.
That's it. I just said what I said.
No, I want you
I don't
to
need
defend
anything
the orange
else.
being
Orange
sour.
is sour.
Come on, defend it.
Yeah. It just is, Bev. It just is.
You've never had any sweet orange juice?
No, everybody knows orange is sour, and also square.
Whoa.
Do we have
Are you
to?
confused
Are
with
you
grapefruit?
all right, Peter?
Yeah, I am. Like, you guys don't realize that
I don't want to play with this
Bev
boy anymore.
equates to listening to nonsense.
Oh, brother.
Mm-hmm. Go on, what was the nonsense bit then?
What's your bit? That level is horizontal.
Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, yeah.
It's curved.
Says who? Says Bev?
Yeah, so yes. It's provable as such.
How? Prove it.
Okay, and Peter says orange is quadratic on a sourness sphere.
Wait, how about this? Peter says that level is curved.
That's not very
No,
reasonable.
Peter says
No,
orange
Peter won't
is
say
a
that.
quadratic form
He's
of
not got
existence.
anything like that to say.
Evolution. Let's not just devolve it into chaos. Let's at least try to stay on topic. Is it curved, or is that crazy to say too?
What's the question?
All right, Pete. Take care, brother. You can't even pay attention. You're too busy spouting sour shit into the mic, bro.
He's
Pay attention,
focused.
dude.
Well,
He's got
let's
one
go on to.
objective.
He's here to devolve
He
things in
wants
the
to-
cap anyway.
just in the cap. Yeah. I mean, okay, Peter, what is flat Earth? How about
Well,
that?
no, wait a minute.
Start
Let's
here.
stick on the fact that, what triggered Peter to come out. This is for
Mhm.
the minds of people. We're getting called child abusers for just saying that you can prove level being horizontal. Right? I'm getting abuse from flat earthers because I say that proof proves that the earth isn't flat. So, we get it from everywhere. Peter's attacking me because I'm saying level's horizontal, and the flat earthers are attacking me because I say that proves that the earth is not flat.
Yeah.
So
I'm attacking you because you make no
Peter.
sense.
Seeking
you
you out.
explain how you're
Gone
defending the
looking for
minds of
you.
people against these facts of reality.
You are a delusional maniac, Bev.
Right? Do you agree or not agree? This is a binary thing. Does level being horizontal prove the earth is flat or prove the earth is not flat?
No, two words that don't make sense. Don't
Okay.
prove anything or disprove anything.
Okay. So you don't actually know whether the earth is flat or whether the earth is not flat?
I do know, but not using nonsensical words.
Okay, so you do have proof that the earth is flat or not flat?
I have solid evidence that works for me so well that I don't believe in anything else more than in the fact that the Earth is spherical when it comes to sciences.
Okay, do you have proof?
What? The buzzwords
No,
there.
absolutely not.
You have no proof
Absolutely not.
of a geometric statement that you're saying.
It's not a geometric statement. It's a statement about reality, not geometry.
Yeah, there's reality geometry, right? That's where we practice
Geometry
and
does not
demonstrate
discriminate.
Geometry in reality.
Geometry can tolerate a flat Earth, a spherical Earth, a triangle
are.
Earth, or no Earth.
That's where the actual mathematical proofs are within geometry.
What?
Yes, geometry doesn't need an Earth to exist.
Yeah, but you don't have a proof.
What?
You've just told us.
Yes, of course, I just told you.
So you can't back up anything you say with any geometric proof.
No, I can back it up with geometric evidence.
You mean?
But you're not ready for that because you don't even know what the triangle is.
Pete, you're a dummy.
Holding out on us.
Right. So
what does geo refer to in geometry? Just curious. I'll pass it back to Bev. But what does the geo refer to in geometry? Just curious.
I think Earth.
Okay. So when you said that you could do geometry with no Earth?
Yes, I did say that, yeah.
What would that be called?
Metrics.
Oh, you can call whatever you want to call it, brother.
Measurements.
So if it's geometry, which is Earth metrics, and we're not doing it with the Earth, but what are we doing?
So you think that the nature of geometry is defined by its Greek?
Just trying to hold you accountable to what you said, friend. No Earth.
The same.
Mad
Can
geometry.
I ask you a question, Cutie Bear?
I'm asking you the question, sir.
Yeah, and I am answering my question by clarifying something with you first, if you please. So, if Greeks never existed, but it was the Brits who invented geometry, and they called it, instead of geometry, they called it Princess Diana.
Geometry.
Imagine
discovered.
I'm sorry. Discovered or wrote a book on it. But instead of calling it geometry, they called it Princess Diana. Would that change any?
Folks, what he's doing here is flat earthers have to be wrong syndrome.
Yeah, but Leo, let him go through it.
It's the foundations of mathematics he's talking about here.
No, I'm just treating you as an adult man, Cutie Bear. Like you said.
I'm 16, remember? I wouldn't make it.
Okay. You said that geometry has something to do with Earth because of its Greek name.
Wait, hold on, wait. Pete,
Etymology.
did I say those? Because we're on YouTube, so did I say that? If I rewind the stream,
Yes, you.
I think he's talking about Bev. Bev said geometry, Earth measurement.
Implied it.
Oh, is that Cutie
You
Bear?
implied that my statement.
Oh, wait. So did I say that or did I not say?
You strongly suggested.
So no, so this is the goalpost.
See, this is his
You guys hear
mind. This stuff that's going on in his mind, but he's defending other people. Mind. He
I'm
thinks
sorry,
other
I
people
retract.
are his mind. He's awfully
I
confused.
Yeah, we know you retract, Pete, because you got those. You guys hear those squeals? They're squeakier than paraplegic's wheelchair. We hear the wheels, the goalposts on wheels. Squeak, 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 squeak. Moving that shit around, bro. Wait, no, wait, you didn't say it, but you meant to say. Wait, no, you didn't mean to say, but you implied. Wait, no, you did say. we see you swerving, bro. Them goalposts. Holy. Go ahead though. You can keep trying. We'll do geometry with no Earth.
I'm sorry, that's my Jesuit training there kicking in. Old habits are hard to come over. So, let's just forget that you asked me what the word geo meant then, okay?
Yeah, I'll forget. Yeah. Back to you guys.
All right, cool. So geometry has nothing to do with the Earth.
Wait, what does geo mean again?
Earth.
And geometry has nothing to do with Earth, right?
That's correct, yes.
Could you say that we do practical geometry when we measure lengths and distances in reality?
Yes, we're applying mathematics, specifically geometry, to reality. Yeah.
Brilliant. So there's geometry in reality and there is proofs within geometry. Can you link the two together and get a proof within reality?
Yes.
Brilliant. But you don't have any, do you?
Can I?
Of course you can.
Can I do what you asked me to do, Bev?
Please explain your proof within reality through geometry.
Thanks, mate. You're a great sport. So, like many people often say, mathematics is not reality. It's a language we use to describe certain aspects of reality.
Ooh, Virus is pissed right now.
And geometry is mathematics, and it's an amazing language to help us describe certain elements of reality and approximate them. Yes. Does that help, mate, baby boy?
He's in pain, guys. Pete, we see the pain. Are you feeling better today?
I never felt better when I talk to Bev. It's like my favorite time of the day.
Okay, why you guys come in here to share some pain?
Don't worry, we got extra. He's the defender of minds, right? Particularly Jerry.
No, I'm the destroyer of Bevs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We went over that video.
Yeah, and we will every single time.
Did you hear it? Did you hear us go over it on Friday, Peter? Sort of. It was like a bit of a special. We started off with Bob the Science Guy and his Modus Polens for a guy called Petey who's making videos about geometry and stuff.
Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look at an example that I've been using a lot of lately. Here's my argument. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Q, the shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is an example of a modus ponens argument.
And then we went over the conversation with you.
I was in the conversation. I don't need to go over the conversation with me because I was me and I was there.
Yeah, but no, we went over it on Friday when we took 2 or 3 hours going over it.
Oh, I'm happy I made you talk for 3 hours about our conversation.
No, everybody enjoyed it. Don't worry about that. It was a brilliant show
I'm honestly
of sophistry. Happy. Yeah. Well, Like a hilarious show of sophistry, really.
You wouldn't know sophistry if it's set on your face, Bev.
Mm-hmm. Your arguments are getting better and better, Peter.
You're too far gone. You're too far gone from logic and reason. Nothing to do with the Earth, by the way. You're too far gone to know such things.
Well, Nathan Oakley's asking for proof. Have you got that? Can you help him out?
Who the fuck is Nathan Oakley? Is that your cousin?
Well, who the fuck is sophistry? She was sitting on my face last night. I didn't realize that was her name.
Who is Nathan Oakley? Is that like a British porn star?
He's one of the leaders of the flat Earth community. Your safe space, Peter.
Should I think of him as Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Wares amongst the flat Earth community, right?
Or should I say, take me to your leader, and that's Nathan Oakley?
Community. Well, there's many.
I'm Spartacus.
Well, take me to your leader then, Bev.
It's not my leader. This is the leader of the flat Earth community.
Oh, I didn't know it had a leader.
One of these, what you call it, flat Earth shadow giants. He just tells people what to say.
Okay. Well, I joined late, so to me that person is Witsit and Caleb the Crazy Eyes.
Right, so you understand. Yeah, I know. You're a Twitter guy, aren't you, mainly?
Wait, hold on, wait. You just joined how long ago, Pete?
3-4 months.
Damn, you already know her name and shit? You creepy motherfucker. I've been around for years and I didn't know her name, bro. How do you know her name? That's creepy, bro. You weird, bro.
Whose name?
How do you guys get confused this easily?
What are you talking about, Cutie Bear?
Okay, did you not just refer to a female name? Pete, this is, folks, I don't know if you guys realize what happens every single time. Wait, what did I just say? Just, Pete, we see what you're trying to do, devolve things into chaos. We actually have Matt is back, so maybe we talk to Matt in Nuclear, because Peter is just a clown, bro.
I missed it. You're saying he doxed someone to their real life name?
He's like, Witsit and Kayla are the leaders. I'm like, Kayla? Who the fuck is Kayla?
Oh, no, he's a
Caleb, he's an
YouTuber too.
He's an Aryan dude from...
Caleb the Crazy Eyes. Dude, just clean your ears. Remove the wax out of your
Peter
ears.
Caleb the Crazy Eyes. Leader of the flat Earth community. You guys.
I don't know who that is.
As a man, he does videos and stuff.
Well, now you understand, Cutie Bear, that I don't know who Nathan Oakley is either.
I don't know who Sophistry is, but she sure did sit down. Anyway.
I think you had a brain fart.
You did steal one of those jokes straight out of CB's notebook there. I saw you, though. I see you.
You have a notebook?
Well, I see you taking pages out of it, so yeah, I do. Anyway, back to your clowning or whatever.
Back to protecting minds of people, Peter. I don't think you're doing a very good job at the minute.
Not protecting any minds right now. I'm going after you, Bev.
For what? For saying that level is horizontal, or for saying that the Earth is measured not flat? Which one?
Nah, it's personal. It's personal, Bev.
Personal? Wow, what did it do that upset you? Was it saying that level's horizontal?
Oh no, way more than that.
The Earth's not measured not flat.
You damaged the person that I really like.
Oh, bloody hell, Peter! You really like him?
There's a person that I like that I could be friends with, whose brain you totally fucked over upside down.
What the fuck?
By saying that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, or by saying that the Earth is measured not
amongst
flat,
other
Peter?
things. Amongst other things.
Did he cock block you, Pete?
No. He ruined the person before I could even become friends with them.
He cock blocked you.
Wow, this is what you've got to have to cope with if you come round here onto this server. You've got Peter here, who's I don't know, shows of affection. Is that what we could say, Peter?
Yeah, he's simping.
It's pretty funny that Matt's calling Peter out.
Yeah, you're getting called out.
Globalist telling you that you're fucked up.
Oh, wow.
Here we go. Wait, Matt, you're about to go straight under the bus. Oh, he's deafened, but you guys are going to hear a thud here in about a moment. So that'll be Matt going directly under the bus, folks. Just make sure you be prepared. Not safe for children. Or which is it, Pete? Are you going to dive yourself head first? And he goes quiet. Classic. I'll help you with that.
That's what
buddy.
they do. They just say some really weird stuff, right? That he's like the defender of people's minds, and then they go quiet. Normally for a few years. Sometimes they come back again after they've been away for a while. Usually with a different name. Sometimes with the same name. People don't remember stuff. I think it's probably because not many people stick around for very long. Only the people that do stick around for longer are the ones that remember everybody that's been around here. See the same faces. Disappear for a bit. Come back.
Like Caleb?
I don't know who Caleb is.
I have no clue who that is.
Yeah,
he's a new hotshot apparently.
Yeah, he's kind of like a guy does like scar trails and stuff like that.
Yeah, like, see, because I once got called a child abuser for saying level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and now you've got people like Jared promoting that person that does that. So they're sort of in bed together, you know. These the people that accuse people of being child abusers and these flat earthers that are getting accused of being child abusers, friendly like. Setting up meetings and debates where they discuss things that they call a false dichotomy. Were you aware of that? Like, they know that you've been discussing a false dichotomy for years. Round and round and round. And they call people child abusers and then have debates with them. All friendly like.
Is that logical, Peter? Is that reasonable for someone to do that?
I'm sorry, I don't listen to Bev unless I'm in the act of attacking him.
Yeah, okay, this is crazy shit, dude.
What, you realise he's saying this on your Discord channel? This is Peter.
Yeah,
he comes here to do this.
Peter, attack! Attack! I want to say Bev Destroyer.
Can you be friends with someone you disagree with? Is that possible?
Always.
In your okay?
Oh yeah.
So I would say, in my worldview, I would rather have one friend who disagrees than 10 who agree. So how come you can't use that logic to whoever you think Bev cockblocked you from, and just say, hey, I still want to be friends with you, but we just disagree on this one topic?
Oh no, that's I know what you're thinking, but no, the person I'm talking about, it's not like I cannot be friends with them because I disagree with them. It's because Bev turned their brain into a pudding, a mush, a jar of jelly. So there's nothing to talk to them about.
That's not possible. Okay, Bev.
It is possible.
This is finding a proof. That's what he's talking about. Actually, internally finding a proof. To Peter, that's mush.
Yeah, Peter, it's not possible for someone to turn someone's brain to mush. Okay.
You should witness what I saw.
Yeah, I think what you're doing here is you've got some weird subjective idea. There's my take. Okay, I could be way off. Okay, so there's some gal that you wanted to talk to, and it didn't go.
Oh no, he's a man. He's a man.
Okay, it's a man.
He's in the room with us.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's okay. I mean, yeah. Is it something? If you don't mind me asking, is it a romantic thing or not?
No, I don't think it ever would be.
Okay, because just so you know, there's a lot of people who have found love in this topic, in this community. I mean, we got marriages and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, I know. David Weiss has a dating app, even.
Yeah, you can go for coffee with McToon and Brenda.
Oh,
I could,
fuck, no.
I could, but that's not what we're talking about.
Okay, so I think what the best part of this is, if you're able to talk to somebody and you want to talk to them, try to narrow the band of the conversation away from topics that you are upset by. Okay, so if the person in the room, that I guess we don't know who it is, you want to talk to them, can you just send them a message? Can you like send them some flowers or something? You know?
Yeah, I tried doing that, but it didn't work. They're too far gone because of Bev.
Okay, dude, I just don't see how that's possible. All right.
I know, that's why do you think I'm so upset?
Walk through it. Okay, is there a way of talking about the topic without going directly at Bev? What
No,
exactly happened?
no,
Like,
no matter what topic I try to talk to my lost friend about, he always brings up the same garbage that he overheard from Bev, and we fall apart. Like it comes from him. His brain prevents him from reasoning logically anymore or even conversing because of what Bev did to him. That's why I'm after Bev.
Do you give a shit about another man? Soy. That's so weird, man.
Well, I'm a Christian. I love him like a brother.
You're a Christian. You do that
Yeah.
biblical
But he's
thing.
become a flat earther
But
now.
did
Is
you
that correct?
advise that dude in the biblical? Because he,
Say again.
yeah, in that great biblical cosmology debate, did you have any hand in advising the globe guy, or was that just like
Oh, you mean
McToon?
the two pastors arguing
Yeah, yeah.
about two fundamentalist Christian pastors arguing about the Bible?
No, they weren't. They were. It was the cosmology debate, right? Since you said you were a Christian, did you have any
Yes.
hand in advising the globe pastor?
No, and most of us 2 billion Christians in the world did not have a hand in that either.
Yeah. Are you? Well, McToon was there. So, did you have any conversation with McToon being the
No,
Christian
no.
advisor of the pastor for the globe?
How many Christians do you have? Do you think are there in the world?
Yeah, but do you
Do you
think
think we all
do you
know
think
each
the
other?
globe side of the Bible is safe in the hands of McToon, or do
The
do
globe,
you not? How do
the
you think he
globe,
did?
the globe is safe in its own
Yeah,
hands.
how
It
do you
doesn't
think
need
the
many
globe
hands.
pastor did? Do you reckon he's going to increase his I don't know what
No,
do you
I
call it,
thought
his
that was.
flock? Like, is that your church? Would you prefer to go to a globe pastor, right, as opposed
I
to like
already go
somebody?
to a globe faster. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Would he be interested in debating, like the globe with that flat Earth pastor? Do you reckon
No, my globe
your pastor?
pastor writes books like writes scientific papers on science. He doesn't debate random dudes who open their church to avoid taxes here in America.
But there is at least another one globe pastor out there for has a ministry, right? Does he
Yeah.
cast out demons publicly or not?
Rarely, but
No.
sometimes, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good. What's your take on the Mormons? Do you think Mormons have a hand up on people like you and the Globe and Flat Earth pastor?
I know quite a bit about Mormons. I've had quite a few friends who are Mormons, and I don't think they have a hand up on anybody
Well,
other
they've
than
definitely
that
got a cosmology
they
that
are rarely
involves
alcoholics,
space a
so
bit
that's
more,
an
doesn't it?
advantage. What?
Don't they have a cosmology that involves planets and stuff, like more
They
so
probably do.
than the Christian Bible?
I don't know honestly the Mormon cosmology. I've never studied it, but I did read the Book of Mormon.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, you should look into it. I think that's why the Mormons are better at defending the globe, because their
Maybe my
religions are
pastor is pretty
combined.
awesome. My pastor is pretty awesome at defending the globe. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. I think I'm studying that at the minute. I mean, I'm intrigued at how the religion can place itself
Bev,
within a false dichotomy to cause
that's a good
division. I think it's marvelous.
that's a good topic to study. Why I feel confident in my pastor? His church was the church that provided most of the evidence for spherical Earth. So I think we're standing on pretty firm ground here.
His church is that?
Yeah.
Did you guys know that? Yeah, because I mean, these guys will be interested in the Church of Spherical Earth.
Yeah, they should
the
look into
church
it.
that
They should look into it.
gave up the most information, was it? Or there's no demonstrations, is there? No proofs.
Demonstrations, yes, no proofs.
Just denial of the scriptures that they supposedly believe.
Mm-hmm.
So say you.
So say the Bible.
2 billion Christians disagree with you.
What
People
do they disagree
lucky
with?
people aren't the authority. Lucky these people aren't the authority, are they? That would be the
No,
Bible.
they're not.
And
They're
the
just your
scriptures.
fellow
In
Christians.
context, that would be the authority.
What do they
Yeah,
disagree
they're
with?
just your
Before
fellow
you start
Christians.
arguing about, like, what is the point of contention that people disagree with first?
People disagree with everything, but most Christians believe the Earth is a globe.
Right. Okay. In the mind.
Yeah, in their mind.
So
yeah.
it must be.
Okay, so that's
No,
the mind that you're defending, is
no.
it?
It doesn't have to be.
mind
I'm just
globe.
saying that's what they believe. That's all I said.
Peter, defender
Not
of
proof
the mind
of any.
globe, religiously.
I'm not defending. I just said that's like a fact. Most do. Most out of the over 2 billion Christians think, believe, whatever you want to call it, that the Earth is a globe. They might all be wrong.
There's a religious link to the globe, right? The globe is
no,
becoming
no,
religious.
actually, no.
Yeah, by those 2 million people that you're talking about, they've religified the globe.
Who happen to be Christians. There's also, 1 point something billion Muslims who think the Earth is a globe.
Religified the globe. Again, yeah.
No, they have opinions.
It's one
they
of
have
the biggest religions, right? Built entirely
some of them like
faith. You've got no proof.
Some of them like, Men United. Does that make Men United a religious organization?
This is a faith-based religion.
No, you're a religion. You're the pastor of the Church of Crazy.
No, I'm just pointing out. You have no proof.
You don't even know what a line is.
You just have faith.
You don't know what a line is.
And your faith extends through all religions. Doesn't matter.
Maybe there's something to it.
Governance religion, isn't it?
Yeah, like most religions say,
monadic
don't steal.
Religion. Built entirely upon faith, and everybody says that, right? We have no proof.
Yeah, most religions say don't murder babies. Maybe there's something to it.
Yeah, but
I don't know. It's
just
me.
The difference between faith and proof. That's what a religion is, right?
There you go. You're onto something.
That's how you know a religion. Because there can be no
proof. Dude, you did this to my friend and fucked him up. I'm not gonna let you do that to me. So just go on, keep on yakking your nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Peter, inside your worldview, just so I got this straight, you're saying that all Christians have the same point of view. That this.
No.
Okay, I wasn't done yet, Peter. Please, okay, just bear with me. On the individual topic of the nature of creation, that like, if you read Genesis, it's described, and what you're hearing, it describes a heliocentric worldview.
Nope.
Okay, so what exactly are you trying to put down then?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I was asked questions and I just answered those questions. So, do you have a question?
Okay. Yeah. So what's going on, dude? Why are you?
Nothing's going on. That there's 2.3 billion Christians. They have different views. The views that were presented in the debate that was mentioned, not by me, between two American fundamentalist minority Christian churches, are not mainstream views of most Christians. That's all I said. And I believe that's factually correct. What I said, it's not an opinion, it's just my best understanding of the distribution of the different beliefs across Christians. That's all I said. And then the maniac was talking about Mormons and something else. I don't know why. Ask him.
Well, the thing is, like, Mormons and Scientology have heliocentric or space built into their like canon, I guess, or for lack of a
Okay.
better word.
Okay.
Okay, so that's why when people talk about that, they say, "Hey, inside those religious ideas is a framework for space." So where exactly
Okay.
are you drawing the parallel for, say, non-denominational or Southern Baptist or evangelical? Where do they have the same or something equivalent to that?
Okay. As far as I know, most of the nominational Christians, let's say in America, um, believe in a globe Earth.
Right? That's a separate thing. That's not in the
Well,
same
then what
bucket.
I'm trying to at least relate to what you're saying, because
At least
you
he
didn't
said
make a
belief,
clear,
right?
you didn't pose a clear question to me. So I'm just saying, as far as I know, most Christians in the world believe in a globe, and most Christians in America, no matter what denomination flavor of Christianity they subscribe to, believe in the globe. And it's not even like 70-30 distribution, it's more like 98% to 2.
Yeah,
That's my
some
feeling.
people have a really strong
So
faith
some guy brought
in the
up like
globe,
the
don't they?
debate between two fringe Christian pastors, and by fringe I mean statistically speaking, like on the outskirts of the curve, right? The gosh, don't get excited, not the Earth curve. So there was a debate between two fringe pastors. It was hilarious to watch. I had to skip over some parts because it was boring, but the ending was great. And
Oh, you did watch it then?
okay.
Good.
Yeah, I did. I mean, the fundamentalist
How do you
Christians
think the
debating over
how do you
anything is
think that the
hilarious.
globe guy did? The globe pastor. How well do you think he did?
I liked it. I think he called the other guy at the end. He said, "You're a Bible clown." I
Oh, it's
think,
about the name
and I
calling,
love the
is it?
line. I
So it's
love the
all
line.
about the
Yeah,
ad
I love the line.
homs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was great. The stage show was amazing.
Representing yourself like a true globe faithful.
Dude, you asked me what I think. To me, it was like watching a movie. Like I'm telling you what I thought about the movie. Why are you blaming me
Scripted.
for the content of the
Probably
movie?
because
I
you've heard
didn't.
the
I didn't.
arguments scripted out
No, no, I've
all the
never heard
time.
these arguments. By the way, they were hilarious.
For the globe.
No, on both sides. Like they were fantastic.
What do you think about the idea of injecting a divisive topic, a false dichotomy, into a
Yeah, it's
religion
a manipulation tactic. It's a manipulation tactic
to divide the religion? Because they
to
were both
divide
of the
anybody.
same religion, right? Are you similar to you?
Well, I think Christianity is so broad that you could say there are different religions within it. But yeah, they were from the same type of flavor of Christianity, both of them. Yeah.
The same flavor as you?
No.
No, so you have a different flavor.
Yeah.
Could you advise them, or do you think it might take off? Would you like to debate, say, a Mormon? No, I mean you couldn't, could you? Because the Mormons are bound to be more globe faithful than the
I
Christians, I
can
think.
debate anybody. What are you, Bev? Maybe I am debating a Mormon right now or a Jehovah Witness. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
What are you, Bev?
What are you wanting to debate?
No, I'm just to show
A
you that I'm
religion?
willing to debate anybody.
Yeah, you can't
No, I
debate
don't debate
religion. I wouldn't
religions.
consider
No, I don't
debating
debate.
religion because you've got nothing
No, I
to
never
argue
do.
against, really. You've got
Exactly.
no
It's
proof,
it's
have you?
it's metaphysical. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's metaphysical. There's no. It's outside of the realm of
Yeah, let's
the
keep it in the
physical, the
realms of
natural.
proof, right? Where you can make proper arguments in reality.
Would that matter to you, Peter, if someone is atheist or if they're a theist? Does that change like the way you interact with them?
No,
Okay, so why do you care what Bev's...
I don't. He's asking me strange questions about religion. I am perplexed as to why. But that's Bev. That's normal.
What do you think, Bev? Why, from Peter's point of view, why you asked this conversation went towards religion?
Mainly because it's faith-based, right? Religion is a faith, right? That you have to have internally, right? That's where you gain your religion, through faith. And you have to have faith because there's no proof.
That's correct, yeah.
Just like Peter's globe. He has no proof. And he admits he has no proof. So it's just a faith-based...
Science is very humble. Science does not use the word proof.
You do exactly the same thing as people do to gain their faith. You pick on little pieces of evidence to build a picture to gain your faith, knowing that there is no proof.
People who practice,
it's like
people who practice science, people who practice science are quite humble. They've been humbled in the 20th century by themselves, so they don't use the word proof anymore. Out of humility. That's all there is to it.
No, because they got it wrong. There's been a lot of things
exactly.
that caused a lot of damage. You like anti-miscegenation, clean coal, the low tar safe cigarette.
No. Don't even go there. No. Don't even go there. More fundamental things. Don't confuse people.
These are the reasons why people have lost, quote unquote,
I'm talking about physics. I'm not talking about none of that.
Even physics has got lots of things wrong too.
Why do you think there's no proof?
Because you cannot prove anything, because you cannot establish absolutes in reality.
Why not?
Because it's difficult. Reality is our
contingents of the mind of somebody who has a faith that something might change.
No. Well, you ask me a question and then you give
I'm just pointing out.
You speak over me.
Okay, there are actual proofs.
Not in science, in mathematics, yeah.
No, science is the gaining of the acquisition of knowledge.
Yes, and it's always faulty.
Exist.
No, because our ability to even measure the simplest thing is always burdened with like a margin of error. We're never absolutely precise.
That's in your mind.
No, that's in reality.
You've axiomated you not having any proofs. Therefore, that stops you from having proof. You don't know what
science is, so what are you arguing about?
I'm not arguing about anything. I'm just pointing out to you, the guy with the right, that there are actual proofs in reality.
Well, in the mind of a person who never engaged in science, such as physics, yes, and that's you.
So you actually do something to find out there's no proof. You realize that's a self-contradictory statement, right?
You're full of self-contradictory statements.
You can't have proof, can you? You can't have proof that there's no proof.
Not in science. No, not in science.
Not in science. So your science states that you can't have proof that there's no proof, but you're just going to go with the fact that there's no proof.
No, we just know from practice
that there's no proof. But what if somebody says, look, here's a proof? What do you say to that?
I would say you probably haven't even studied the history of physics, so you don't know what you're talking about, to that person. And to you, Bev, I would also say that.
But you realize there are proofs within geometry that are demonstrable.
Yes, that's mathematics. Yes, definitely.
Reality.
Yeah, in geometry,
so there are proofs within reality then. Are you saying
there are
those proofs that exist within reality, rather than calling them natural laws or things like that, you're going to call them, not part of science?
What, mathematics? Mathematics, Bev?
The proofs within reality.
I just told you, in science, in natural sciences, there are no proofs.
Mm-hmm. No, what about a natural law? Is that not
What
a
about
proof?
it? What is natural law about? Tell me.
About proofs in reality.
Is it about ethics?
Things that can definitely be proved within reality. Your base.
And I'm telling you that it's a scale.
Your foundation. First principles.
No, there are some. Jesus Christ.
Again, there you go.
You're good. I give you that. Like your ability to just ramble.
You just calling out the name of your Lord. Did he come and help you? Taking the Lord's name in vain, was it? Or ad hom?
Go ahead, Peter. What you got?
Can I talk to you? Maybe not to Bev. Because,
Yeah, that's
I can't
destroying
anymore.
me. So are you all
Yeah,
right?
no, I can't.
No,
I can't.
no,
no, I'm not all right anymore. Crit, well, you were at least we had something meaningful going on there. Can you resume?
Yeah, certainly. So, what do you want? Where do you want to pick it up at? Where do you want to pick it up?
You choose, because my brain, I need like to breathe for like 10 seconds to kind of stabilize. So you just reset.
Okay, so the first question I have, basically, thought experiment, if you will. So just to troubleshoot, like where are you if there's a problem or a conflict? What's the first step to try to see where you fix it? Do you look for a way to peacefully coexist? Do you like agree to disagree? Or do you try to identify the problem and then look for a solution?
Thank you. Depends on the context. At work, for example, I believe I'm paid to identify and fix problems and build, kumbaya relationships later. That's optional. So I focus on the problem.
Okay, so this is I got a good example for this.
In personal life, quite the opposite.
So, so when I was in the army, there was a guy who always was talking about his bills. He had problems, finances, all the time, talking about like, he's short for this, he's short for that. So we had to, at one point, he had not jumped for 4 months, and if you don't jump, you lose your jump pay. Okay, you always gotta keep qualifying for your special pays. So then it came to there wasn't any jump scheduled. So what was the problem there?
Oh, man, what an example to give. I don't know. If I were in the army, I would prioritize building relationships over solving problems.
No, I'm saying like if you want to solve. Okay, so see, my take was that it not getting a jump in wasn't the problem. He wasn't.
Was that the best example you could produce in a conversation?
No, it was a kind of like a real easy softball one, just to see where we're coming from.
I don't know, man. Maybe he should have jumped, I guess.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But that would that have fixed the problem? Because it really, to me, it sounds like the problem was finances and being able to, control his money. Like it seemed like he would overspend on payday, and by the time his bills came around, then he went like going to the club and stuff, and like wasted money on frivolous crap. I think that would have been the problem to
Okay,
fix.
good. Probably. You should talk to your friend about it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did. This is like so for you though, what would you said you have done? You tried to get another jump in somehow.
Yeah, dude, it's a strange example. I can't relate, so I'm doing my best here.
Okay, so how about so you got another conflict.
You pretend your friend's Jerry, right? He might care about him a bit more.
Oh, okay.
I actually care about him. That's why I'm going after you. All right, Crit, go on.
Yeah, so I'm friends with Jerry. We used to, back in the days of yore, me, Jerry, and Chad were kind of known as the Three Stooges. So, what exactly are you looking for in a friendship? What's the top thing that you want
in a friendship?
Yeah.
I guess some kind of intellectual connection over which we can build a friendship, I would say.
So what about camaraderie? Is that something you can work with?
Yeah, that's great. That's awesome,
Okay.
actually.
So where do you feel like you can't have any sort of camaraderie with Jerry?
Because Jerry his brain has been reprogrammed to say nonsensical words.
Okay, dude, I've known Jerry for years, way before he even met Bev. Okay,
Was he different back then? Was
No,
he
it's
different?
exactly the same person. Okay.
Oh my God. No, but I think he at least some things were
Okay, where
better.
did you see it change? What can you identify?
It was 2 days ago.
See,
Just 2 days.
it might have been Jerry. You not thought, because I've been friends with Jerry for a bit myself, probably longer than I've known about you, Peter. So
No, for sure.
Are you
That's why I can only
allowing for the
reverse
fact
engineer
that
what you
Jerry
did to
could
him.
have either taught me or just learned this information from a similar source, right? You know, he could
I
have just
can't be
studied
sure,
the
but I'm gonna
foundations of mathematics on his own.
maybe. So I'm
He
gonna
might
ask.
know
Can I
that
tell
a
you
straight
something?
line is the shortest distance between 2 points. He might have
Can I
learned
ask you
that
a question?
of his own.
Hey,
Crit, can
Peter.
I ask you a question?
Peter, I hope this doesn't freak you out here, but I actually introduced Jerry to Bev.
Well, I'm starting to dislike you now.
I know. I was hoping that wouldn't go that way. You know.
Can I ask you a question, Crit?
Yeah, certainly.
So, like, let's say 10 years ago, or however far you want to go before Jerry met Bev, if you asked Jerry, what does 3D mean? Do you think he would have said horizontal and vertical as the answer?
Yeah, or something similar to that, I suppose.
You think honestly before Bev brainwashed him, the answer to what is three-dimensional would have been literally the three words horizontal and vertical?
Okay, maybe if you articulate it a different way, what are you
No,
expecting?
but that's my point. Like, that's it.
Okay,
That's
well, let's
all he's
troubleshoot
willing
this.
to say.
What are you expecting someone to say when you
I
ask
don't
them?
know. I don't know. Something that has three dimensions or the proper answer, but not nonsensical gibberish. That's what Bev did to him. It's not that Jerry used to know what three dimensions were or didn't. Who cares? It's that he now has a mush in his head that Bev rammed into his brain with his nonsensical, annoying rambling. And now Jerry is far gone. It's like like a lobotomy.
Okay, how
He had a
about
lobotomy done to him by Bev, and now he's a husk. He's a
okay,
shadow of his former self.
yeah, I think you're totally wrong on that. I've seen no change. Okay, Jerry's exactly the same person from the first day we met till today. Okay, so what do you think the fourth dimension is? How about that? So you got three dimensions.
Do you think I've
linked
changed,
with-
Cret, since meeting Jerry? Could
No,
I be
yeah,
the one that's changed?
No, Bev.
No, he's not
you're the
bothered.
same.
He's not bothered about my mind either. See, he's got selective mind. See, he only wants to save certain minds. Isn't that right? Is that part of your religion, Peter?
No, my religion calls for me trying to save everybody, but I'm not that good of a person.
What are you trying to save them from?
I'm trying to save them from Bev right now.
Okay, how does that? Okay, so you've constructed this worldview where Bev is some kind of supervillain. Like,
yes,
based on what? Exactly.
Based on my experiences with Bev.
Based on that you want to have a friendship with Jerry, but Jerry didn't give you the exact answer that you were expecting?
No, because Jerry had been lobotomized before I even met him.
That's not possible, okay?
Yes, Bev is like those people in the whatever 1800s that believe that you should lobotomize women to fix their,
this is a public display of a nut-sacking. Are you sure you're all right with this, Peter? Are you okay with this?
Yes, you're a lobotomizer of
brains.
brains. You're a lobotomizer of brains.
No, you got it wrong. What they did, it was a lobotomy. They did a hysterectomy.
Sure, whatever. But my saying now is Bev is the lobotomizer of human brains.
Do you guys have a vagina to have a hysterectomy?
Yeah, he was talking about women who were.
He's trying to say about Jerry.
I'm just trying to say that Jerry has a brain and it was lobotomized by Bev.
Based on a question that you asked him that you didn't get the answer you were expecting.
Jerry's vagina is his business.
You sound like a quack, okay?
I don't know. I didn't. I'm not disagreeing with Jerry over the answer. My problem is that he didn't give an answer that you can even disagree with because he has been lobotomized.
Okay, you keep going back to this.
I'm not angry at people with whom I disagree with that are at least logical. For example, Jedi here is an example. I disagree with him on pretty much everything that has to do with the shape of the Earth, but the guy at least speaks with some coherence, and he doesn't argue what a triangle is or what a line is or whatever. We draw very different conclusions from what we say. That's a completely different issue. I can yell at him, he can ban me, whatever, doesn't matter. The thing is, Jerry's brain was lobotomized by Bev. He can't even speak anymore with meaning. And I am not angry at Jerry. I'm angry at Bev.
Okay,
this is a little creepy,
kind of
Peter.
lobotomy to me. Yes, it is, because I'm after you, Bev. You are my villain in the movie that I'm in. Yeah.
Okay, dude, I just had a talk with Jerry yesterday about another person, different server. Okay, we had this conflict over, which I think had to do with that they misunderstood that I was like I post the news, like daily. It's kind of a little thing I do with a GIF. Okay, so they misinterpreted that and thought I was presenting that I was a globalist now. I said no, I'm just showing funny things that zany space news basically. And it took a while to sort that out. And I asked Jerry for some help. I'm like, hey, how should I approach this situation? And he gave me we talked it out and he gave me a really good tip and it worked. So how exactly is he lobotomized if he's able to troubleshoot and help out with a problem like that?
Well, because maybe the problem is something that he already knew about, he's an expert in, and Bev just lobotomized that part of his brain that's responsible for like logical reasoning about abstract problems.
Okay, like which abstract problem?
Like geometry.
Okay, like what exactly in geometry? What a triangle?
Everything, but it's not really about geometry.
That's what he's saying.
Bev reprogrammed Jerry's brain and probably other people's as well.
He has no proof.
To the point where they lost any urge to reason about what they say. They just spew the same salad that Bev fed them, and that's Bev, not on them.
Okay, dude, that's what I'm saying. I think you've constructed this worldview where Bev is like this adversary, and it doesn't exist. Okay, that's not the way things are. Okay.
Well, that's the way they are to me right now. So here I am.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to help with that. All right. Bev isn't opposing you in anything. There isn't some sort of conflict other than what you've invented.
No, it's worse than that. He's not opposing. He's just spewing garbage to sabotage people's brains. Almost everything he says, when you listen and pay attention to the logical connections between the words that he utters, it makes absolutely no sense.
Okay, like what? Can you give
it's
me an
like
example?
white noise. It's like white noise, but instead of frequencies, it's words from a dictionary.
This is why you shouldn't go to the globe. Don't ever look for proof of the globe.
You know how they used to torture people in some prisons in modern day? They would play like really loud heavy metal music all day, all night until they went crazy. That's what Bev does to me when he speaks.
It's just safer to know that there is no proof,
noise.
Isn't it? You can't walk away though. This is your safe space.
Nonsensical noise.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not okay. Music, right? It's not meant because it's nonsense. It's a interrogation technique because if
Yeah,
someone's
that's who
tired,
Brev is. Brev is an operative who's here to turn people's minds into pudding.
by talking nonsense.
Yes, exactly. And using words that seem sophisticated, like poof, geometry, horizontal, and make people believe that he's conveying some sort of message, but he's not. It's just skillfully mixed salad of words that make no sense together. I've never heard him say anything that made any sense, and that's not true for other people who come here. So
Okay,
he's
hold on.
unique in that way.
Okay, he's written out logical syllogisms and put them in mean form. Bev, do you got an example you could post real quick, or if you would?
It would only destroy his mind more than it already
Okay.
is. It's not good for him, I'm telling you. This is what you've got to watch out for.
I got some saves. I just don't remember what I saved in that.
I've got a modus polens.
Yeah, if you would.
Did you say modus polens?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like when you say that. Yeah, I take it to heart because it's
I prefer modus toilets.
There you go. By Bob the Science Guy. His infamous modus polens.
So let's go through this, Peter. Where exactly do you think that this goes off the rails and turns into lobotomy?
When?
Yeah, where
When
exactly?
Bev opens his mouth.
Okay, it's not Bev, it's me and you, okay?
No, you're all right. You seem to
Okay.
be
So
okay still.
if and only if the Earth is a sphere, check or hold.
What?
Okay. So check means you're following. Hold, let's go back and go over it again.
Antecedent, yeah, we're minding our P's and Q's. That's the P statement. Are you okay with it? Does that sound good to you, Peter? I think that's what.
Well, the words he said were if and only if the Earth is a sphere. How could I take issue with these words?
Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look at an example that I've been using a lot of lately. Here's my argument. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance.
Tell the Zendo master said, if and only if the construct you've made contains, one triangle and a square or something like there'll be a rule for how. And then
Okay, Crit.
Just remove the by conditional for a second and just say if car, and then ask me if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, I know, right? Absurd. Hey, Crit, I'm gonna respect you. So I wrote it down here in Notepad on my PC. The words you said, if and only if the Earth is a sphere. So far, so good. Continue.
Okay. So
Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look at an example that I've been using a lot of lately. Here's my argument. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance.
Okay, then the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle.
Hey, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
On the surface, right?
The surface, yeah.
Yes.
Does it say the surface?
Could be. It could be the air too, but we'll just go with it.
Can we stay on the surface for now, just to simplify?
Stay within the argument.
Yeah, agreed. Good.
Okay.
Good. Your statement. Are you building up something, right? So keep building.
All right. So then the next part is the modus polens confirms Q, affirming P.
Yes.
Okay, the shortest distance between any 2 points on the Earth is a great circle, confirming Q.
If we see that the shortest distance between 2 points is indeed a great circle, then that's really good evidence that the Earth is a sphere. Yeah.
Okay, so therefore the Earth is a sphere, affirming P.
Yes.
So what is it? But in reality, what is the shortest distance between 2 points?
A great circle.
No, no, a straight line. As straight as a crow.
No. When we travel between two different cities, we always take the great circle route. Okay. If we can. There are other reasons why sometimes we don't. But if we could, that's exactly what we would do.
Would you do the same sort of thing? Would you say that is an affirmation of globe through the modus ponens of Bob the Science Guy?
Yeah, the fact that we travel, that great circles connect points in reality on the planet or the whatever Earth that we live on affirms the statement that it's a sphere-like object. Yeah.
Q. The shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is an example of a modus ponens argument.
Okay, so yeah, but you are traveling in a straight line. That's how you get from point.
That's what a great circle is. It's a straight line on a sphere.
Okay, so
that's what it is. It's a geodesic, a straight line on a 3D object like a sphere. Yes.
Okay, but that's not. I'm giggling because to me it's like I feel like now you're trying to do the lobotomy.
Q. The shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is an example of a modus ponens argument.
Mystery within ignorance, right? But
well, you're absurd, Bev. Go lobotomize yourself. Why don't you go lobotomize yourself?
There will be people in here that, right? I'll try and put a few little pieces together.
Listen, tell me
that'll say the Q statement
Crit, answer me a question.
Is the consequent.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Crit.
So
Crit,
let's work through that logically. What have we just done?
Q. The shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is an example of a modus ponens argument.
Crit,
yes,
can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Tell me this. On a sphere, in reality, but it's not the Earth. We're not talking about the Earth. We're just talking about a spherical object that physically exists that we can touch. Okay? If you take 2 points on the sphere and connect them with a shortest distance, what is that?
A straight line.
A straight line. And it's on the surface, right?
No, the surface would be a curved line.
Okay, because, I'm sorry, my bad. When you connect them on the surface of the sphere, what is that?
That's 2 points, line. Though.
Okay, a curved line. Let's call it a curved line.
We would call it a geodesic. Here, Peter.
Crit, we would call it a geodesic, and it's the equivalent of a straight line on a Euclidean plane. Are you with me, Crit?
Yeah. So you're saying that because the Earth is a sphere, straight lines are now curves.
What I'm saying is that because the Earth is a sphere, the shortest distances are geodesic lines.
Are no longer straight, so it's a curved line.
Yes, because it's a 3D object and the space is curved. It's not a Euclidean plane.
Right, so the space is curved. Yeah, that's good.
The surface is curved. I may have misspoken. I apologize. The surface is curved.
2 points.
It's not a Euclidean plane.
Those 2 points were on a vertical.
I'm not talking to you. Go lobotomize somebody else. Crit. Because the surface is curved, it's not a Euclidean plane, and the shortest distance is a geodesic, the equivalent of a straight line on a Euclidean plane. Yes, it is curved. It's an arc.
Here's my argument. If and only if the Earth is a sphere, P, the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle distance. Q. The shortest distance between any 2 points on Earth is a great circle distance. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere. This is an example of a modus ponens argument.
Which is not a straight line.
If you define a straight line as on a Euclidean plane, then of course not. Because it's not a Euclidean plane.
Is a straight line.
Shut up.
In a horizontal plane.
Shut up.
Horizontal
Shut
plane.
up. Shut up.
Statement like that
Right. You recognize that surfaces exist in reality that are on spheres, right? You recognize. Okay. So ignore that mindfucker. All right. Ignore him. Spheres exist in reality. They have surfaces. On those surfaces, you can select 2 points. You can connect those points with long distances, medium distances, or shortest distances. And when you connect them with the shortest distance, you get an arc. We call that a geodesic, and it's the equivalent of a straight line on a Euclidean plane. Do you agree, Crit?
No, I say that that would be a curved line. The
Yes,
straightest.
yes. Yeah, I said it's an equivalent. It's
No,
not
it's not.
exactly.
It's
Okay,
not
I'm
the
sorry.
equivalent.
Let's
Yeah.
let's say it's not. It's a geodesic. It's what connects 2 points, shortest distance, on something like the surface of a sphere. Agreed?
No, because it wouldn't be the shortest distance, would it?
On the surface, it wouldn't be. What would be a shorter distance on a surface?
Yeah, because when you're going through from point A to point B, how far away are those 2 points?
Well, it depends on where you choose those points, my friend.
Yeah. Okay. So you got.
Can help you out a little bit here, Peter. The reason that the geodesic is equivalent to a straight line in a Euclidean plane is that when you consider the surface as a two-dimensional space, you don't turn when you go from one point to the other. You are going in a straight line in that two-dimensional space. You're not turning left or right.
That's fantastic. Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. Thank you, Scott. But that's a good one. So
that works pretty good. Okay, go ahead.
But because I'm sorry, Scott, to cut you off, but I have to
that
work
was
with
all I
the
had to say.
ion when it's still soft, right? So the guy is still with me so far. So if I have a surface on a sphere, I have 2 points. I connect them with something we call geodesic, right? Like Scott said, we're not turning, we're going in a straight line. Shortest distance. What's the point of contention here?
Yeah, how exactly does that contradict what Jerry said now? You're basically saying the same thing Jerry's saying.
What is Jerry saying?
When you asked him the 3D and he told you, what was it, length and height?
No. His answer, what is 3D in general? His answer was horizontal and vertical. That's a nonsensical answer.
Okay, but that's exactly what you just said. You just turned 3D into 2D so you could make a straight line curve.
Don't go there. Why are you going to Jerry?
Because
do you agree?
Because at the beginning we said we're using a problem-solving framework here. Like a troubleshooting.
Yeah, but let's talk about your example. You started this with this if and only if business. So let's continue with that. So we went on a 10-minute, 15-minute side thing to agree that spheres existed and that they had points. We are finally in agreement, and now you're switching over to another topic. Why? We were making progress.
Okay, so this is
what was your point? What was the point of your example?
Okay, so number one was you had said that Jerry could not be your friend anymore because Bev had lobotomized him. And then you said that he lobotomized him by using very faulty arguments and very faulty. Okay. So then we go, hey, Bev, do you have an example of one of your arguments so we can post it and go through it? You agreed with his argument. You said Bev's argument is sound. It's a sound argument. You like it. You agree with it.
That one is, yeah.
Then, as you're explaining why you agree with
science guy's argument, that one.
Oh yeah, by proxy, if you will. So then, as you went through the agreement, you gave exactly the same answer Jerry did. And now, have you lobotomized yourself?
No, I'm not saying that Jerry is not able to say anything that makes sense. He's just not able to reason anymore.
Yeah, but the thing that the example you gave is what you just said too.
Sure, you could as well ask me if 2 + 2 = 4, and I'm sure Jerry would say 4, yes, and I will also say 4. So what's your point?
Do you have another example then?
Of what?
What are we talking?
Okay, so if your example is, you can't be friends with Jerry because Bev brain fucked him. He brain fucked him because when you asked Jerry what 2 + 2 is, he said 4.
No, dude, you're losing me. I cannot have a conversation with Jerry as much as I would like to in general because he starts mumbling random words. For example, he says all horizontals are parallel, or triangles or spheres are not two-dimensional, or horizontal and vertical, like randomly, like he's in some kind of trance.
Yeah, but you guys
horizontals
just did.
are parallel, spheres are not two-dimensional.
No,
etc.
it's not enough to say horizontals are parallel. Like where are those horizontals? What are they horizontal to? Like this is exactly what Bev does. He programs people to say words like all horizontals are parallel. Horizontals to fucking what?
That's right. All horizontals are parallel. Well done.
Oh, they're not.
So
Horizontals
do you live
to
in a
what?
world? Do you live in a world where some horizontals aren't parallel?
Jesus, I can have a horizontal to the top of the ball, the side of the ball. Can I not?
This is how proof works, right? Because we know all of the
horizontals
are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, we can deduce that all horizontals are parallel to each other. Now, there are geometric proofs that can sustain that, right? But you wouldn't understand that because you haven't got proofs. But so there is geometric proofs to back the fact that all horizontals are parallel in reality.
Horizontals to what?
Well, no, not in reality, only in the model.
But you see,
you can't prove models. Models don't prove facts about reality. Models prove facts about the model.
But you can't prove that all horizontals are parallel.
When you say all horizontals are parallel, that is a true statement. But it's parallel according to its own model. It's not parallel in reality.
What, you don't think
like
horizontals
in reality,
horizontals only exist within reality?
In reality, there's no such thing as parallels or horizontals. That's a model.
No, horizontal is a reality-based thing.
No, horizontals is a fact of your own reasoning. Parallels are a fact of your own reasoning. In reality doesn't recognize horizontals or parallels. That's all substantially
horizontal
constructed
and vertical
on the model.
are recognized by everybody in reality.
Yes. No. The models are recognized by everybody, and it's used and useful for navigating spaces, but it's not recognized in reality. It's just recognized as a model.
Vertical and horizontal are recognized as practicalities.
No.
David just provided a fantastic example of what I was trying to explain.
All practicalities are predictive models. They're not realities. Big difference.
You could learn something from this guy, Peter.
Yes, it is practical because it has a high success rate when making predictions. But that doesn't mean it's a reality. There's a conflation at play.
Right, so you don't think you can relate a horizontal within reality to a straight line within geometry?
It's relatable. Models are relatable because they map reality. But the map isn't the reality
itself. Relate those proofs from geometry to the reality.
But a map isn't the reality itself. It's a fantasy that represents the reality. Big difference.
The map.
Yes, all models are maps that describe reality. They describe reality, but they aren't reality in and of itself. There's a way of describing.
Is in reality, right?
Not a model, a plumb bob. It's a thing you're holding.
For instance, horizontals are useful in life and to describe things colloquially to people.
Use them.
But the reality of the horizontal breaks down when it gets related to, for instance, the horizon, which is also colloquially called horizontal. It's not specifically horizontal or parallel to anything.
It is. The horizon is horizontal. We can say the horizon is horizontal through the same means that we can say all horizontals are parallel through deductive reasoning.
The horizon is not specifically horizontal. For instance, right? if your horizon includes a mountain, if your horizon includes a mountain, then if your horizon includes a mountain, then there's a sense of verticality. If your horizon includes a valley, right, then there might be a sense of depth to it. Not all horizons are even horizontal.
True horizon.
There's no such. No, now you're playing that. Now you're falling for the no true Scotsman cast.
The plane of the
horizon. Can't say that. You can't say that all horizons that exist, which are topographical, are not true horizons. Because now what you're doing is you're saying the model is
within the
now
plane.
now you're placing your ideal which is derived. Now you're placing your ideal which is derived from the model above reality.
The plane,
and that's not how it works. Reality always overrides the model, not the other way around. And the horizon is not a plane. So first of all, you're trying to conflate the model of a plane with the reality of the horizon.
But the model you're thinking of is a geometric
planes are
Euclidean model.
Planes are models.
Yeah, planes
are
a
models.
Euclidean geometric model. It's mathematical. It's in your mind.
They don't exist.
It belongs in the mathematical realm.
They're completely
the same as squares and triangles and spheres.
They have no relationship with it. They have zero relationship with the actual horizon, apart from having some predictions about it.
Yeah, apart from
some good predictions
within logical
and some
statements.
Some good predictions and some bad predictions. For instance, right, the topography, right, as we have addressed earlier, right, is an exception to the parallelism of the horizon, and that exception is always at play. So in reality, there are in fact zero. In fact, there are in fact no horizons which are parallel or horizontal. Because all of Earth is not level. None of it's level.
We know.
So there are in fact no horizons which are horizontal or parallel.
The ones over water, the true horizons are considered.
They don't know. Water is not flat.
US military. The US military considers the true horizon as the horizontal.
Yeah, and every wave is an exception to that rule.
The most fundamental problem here is that the horizon is not the same thing as the horizontal plane.
Have you ever witnessed water existing without waves? Because I haven't.
Wow, really?
Wow, yeah.
You need to get out more.
What about a body of water contained within a like a long container, like a tube?
Is that what you call the ocean?
Called the water level.
Is that what you call the ocean?
Tool for
is that what you call? Is that what you think
water.
the ocean? Is that what you think the ocean is? First of all, if you move the container, the water moves. So it's always an exception to that rule. Second of all, the surface tension of the water makes its edges curve, which is also an exception to the rule. At no point is that water flat.
Meniscus.
None of it's flat. And none of it's ever.
No, wait a minute. Calm down.
And none of it's a plane. None of it's a plane. None of it's ever a plane. None of it is horizontal.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
None of it is ever parallel or horizontal to anything else.
Well, deductive reasoning will let you know that
in reality, it occurs 0% of the time.
Yeah.
None of it ever occurs.
Have you ever heard of differential leveling?
Yes.
Okay. Now that's a practice used in reality, right?
Yes, it's a practice. It's a prediction model.
Yeah, where we take
and
datum from one point and transfer it to another point by means of a tool.
And there are in fact plenty of exceptions to the rule where the leveling produces a bad result and it has to be redone in order to correct for it.
Yeah, you have to check.
Because it's not because it doesn't because it doesn't
just like there is within geometry to backtrack.
Because the model doesn't predict what it proposes to predict 100% of the time.
What model?
It only predicts what it proposes to predict when the conditions are.
He's on a stutter, guy. What's he going on about?
Yeah, dude, you gotta like slow down, have a back and forth, man. Okay, this is
what model's he talking about?
Geometry, Bev. Geometrical models versus reality. That's what he's trying to explain to you.
Yeah.
Better than I did. The geometry is perfect idealized models.
Now you're trying to win by overtalking. You know, you're trying to win by overtalking. That's not going to help you. The accuracy and the predictability of these models, right, break down when the conditions aren't met. Simple as that. And that's why they don't represent reality. In fact, there are no circumstances when the conditions are perfectly met. That means that the model is actually never manifest in reality. It never actually occurs. It only makes a loose prediction that is useful for our measurements.
Do you think we can validate Nathan Oakley's claims that where the Earth is measured flat by employing a false dichotomy and Bob's modus ponens and saying that if a shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, that's flat Earth? Would that be sort of a valid statement to say?
There are no straight lines in the universe.
Okay,
Does
so
it depend on the definition of
if
flat?
we have a prediction that the shortest distance between 2 points would be a straight line,
there also aren't any.
Is that
shortest
sort of what we're talking about?
Shortest distances and straight lines are non-existent things.
Right.
It's all in your head. It's all model.
Wow. Peter,
is the Earth
guy
flat?
coming because he's been affected by the things that I say, or perhaps why is this guy saying this? You can't have a shortest distance or a straight line. What would make somebody say such a thing?
That's not what he said.
It is. It's what he said.
What he's trying to say is that reality does not match perfect mathematical geometrical models. Okay. Everybody knows that. Everybody
who studied
reality knows that
the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
In reality, Bev, to the point that the other guy was making, kilos, there are no straight lines.
Okay. So when Bob makes his thing,
by the way,
the shortest distance between 2 points in any direction would be a great circle, is that?
Hey, Bev.
Yeah.
Bev, there are no points in reality. The concept of mathematical points.
Have you never heard of a
location point? No, but listen. But you know the concept of geometry.
What have you done to him, Jerry?
Bev, what is a point in geometry? Euclidean geometry. What is a point?
That of which has no parts.
It's A to B.
Is it an infinitely small part? It occupies no surface, right?
The end of a line.
No, what is a point in geometry, Bev?
That of which has no parts and the end of a line.
What if I don't have a line? Can I have a point?
A point is that of which has no parts, Peter. Hello?
It has no parts, so it occupies no surface or no volume, correct?
It's
to make a
nothing.
Just answer my question.
Equivocates to the Bible. In the beginning, there was nothing. In the beginning of geometry, there is a point. That of which has no parts.
Okay. Do such objects objects exist in reality?
No thing.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Got a doctor.
What have you done to him, Jerry?
I hope y'all make it.
To make a correction here, a point is an example of so-called primitive notion, which is basically a term that can be defined.
You don't have any straight lines. How do you have any radiuses? That's a tough one.
Can't even have a notion of the shortest distance between those 2 points. That's what they're saying.
In reality, there are no geometric objects that are perfect. There are no spheres, there are no triangles, there are no points, there are no lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in reality, there is a shortest distance between 2 points, though.
I can agree that you're making a good point. That these mathematical models are an approximation, but you're taking, I think, it to too much extreme, where you say it's completely useless.
Nobody. Who said it's useless?
You.
Your rhetoric.
No, I'm not saying. No, that's what That's what Bev. Because I'm dealing with Bev. The relationship between
changing the context of what you're saying to the person that you're talking to.
The relationship between.
Are you all right, Peter?
No, I'm talking to my friend here, and I'm telling him why I said what I said, because this guy does not understand the relationship between reality, aka nature, and mathematical modeling. Okay, he does not understand how we use mathematical models to help us describe reality versus that they are reality. He doesn't get it. That's what the conversation between him and the other guy, Kilos, was. Kilos was trying to explain how mathematical models are very useful, But they don't manifest themselves exactly
Shortest
perfectly
distances.
in reality. And Bev has no idea because he wouldn't know physics.
Horizontal and vertical do relate ideally to reality. That's where we measure shortest distances along those two.
Yeah, you have no idea.
axes.
You have no idea what we measure. You've never measured shit.
Yeah, apart from me
You've
being
never
the one
measured
with
shit.
the land surveying
You've never done
well,
a
don't worry
precise
about
measurement.
That. Yeah.
You've never done a precise measurement in a laboratory setting, have you?
A surveying, land surveying.
It's surveying, and did you ever come up with the same value twice? Or do you take 3 measurements at least and take an average?
Really accurate. We prided ourselves.
Really accurate, but always different.
What?
The problem is not with you. Why do we take multiple measurements and average them out? Because there is no perfect measurement. We know this, dude. We've known this for over 100 years.
Got an A.
Yeah, whatever that means, bro.
You got a B.
So
we had to do the measurements. We had to plot it, do the cartography.
Yeah, just use random words.
Profiles as well of the land.
Yeah, just use random words. That's going to help you. Lobotomize some more brains.
So, yes, I do know how these distances
Nah, you don't know. You don't know. I can tell you don't know what the relationship between a mathematical model and reality is. You have no idea.
I can relate it to geometry very, very easily, because I've actually
Okay, could you show me?
And it
could you show me a
related to the Euclidean geometric model.
Could you show me a perfect circle in reality? Could you show me a perfect circle?
Differential leveling. Well, I mean, don't worry.
Could you show me a circle in reality, Bev? Perfect geometrical circle in reality. Can you show it to me?
Flat. There's no such thing. That's a pleonasm.
I'm not talking about the Earth.
Perfect.
I'm not talking about the Earth. I'm not talking about the Earth. I'm not talking about the Earth. Show me a circle in reality. Go.
Wow, very demanding, aren't you, Peter?
Yes, very demanding. Okay? Yes, now I'm fine. Show me a circle in reality. Go.
Are you sure you're okay, Peter?
Yes, I am. Show me a circle in reality.
Behavior from him, Jerry.
When I talk to you, it is. Show me a circle.
Yes, it is.
Wow. Go on, say it
Show
a few
me a
more
circle.
times. Say it a few more times.
He needs time to search it on the internet.
What was that, you?
I said Bev needs more time to search it on the internet.
Yeah, he can Google it himself.
Show me a circle in reality. Go. You're the logician here.
Go on, see what Google says when you do that.
Yeah, Bev, try thinking and show me a circle in reality.
See what
in reality
says.
Come on,
show
Bev.
me a circle.
We're all waiting.
You guys are ridiculous.
This is the standard of this VC. Asking for demonstrations in reality is one of the foundational principles of this voice channel. This voice channel demands from people who engage in conversations to show occurrences in reality. Show me a circle in reality or get the fuck out.
I know what this is. This is sophistry, isn't it? And like you just don't have the guts to be able to
reality.
How can
process yourself.
How can asking a question be sophistry, Bev?
Because it's a circle. Like you guys are obsessed.
Shut up. Circle or shut up.
It's like a
Can you show him a circle in reality?
You show a triangle.
Show me a triangle in reality. Yes, a triangle. Show me a triangle in reality, and I'll take a triangle.
Distance between 2 points.
Shut up. Show me a triangle in reality.
Then when you affix one of the points and then just rotate.
Show me in reality. Don't tell me what a triangle is. I know what a triangle is.
Right in your mind, that's where circles exist.
No,
isn't it?
That's geometry.
Yeah.
You show me a triangle in reality.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
The one that you're picturing now. That's
no,
in reality,
show me one in physical reality.
I don't think you can.
In nature, I'm quoting one of the greats of this voice channel. In nature, when I go outside, in nature, show me a triangle. Now.
3 points.
Now, show me in nature a triangle.
Go on. Go on, all right.
Show me, or get the fuck out.
Triangle doesn't exist in nature. Have you ever read Plato?
Oh, oh, wow! Isn't that what I'm trying to tell you?
Yeah.
Took a while, didn't it?
Okay, so if a perfect triangle doesn't exist in nature, does a perfect straight line exist in nature?
You realise these are pleonasms that you're talking. It's a straight line, or it's not a straight line. There's no perfect straight line.
I'm loving this. So you said perfect triangles don't exist in nature. Do perfect straight lines exist in nature?
The shortest distance between 2 points, yes.
I'll help
in
Bev
reality,
I put forward the structure of cyclopropane as a perfect triangle.
Okay. So in nature, could you show me a straight line in nature?
Yes.
Did you hear me?
Okay. If I had 3 such lines next to each other, would they form a perfect triangle?
Right. You do realise that in geometry,
would they?
right?
No, would they? If I take 3 points,
geometry, you are just dealing with the points.
I'm asking about nature.
They are nothings.
I'm asking about
the
nature.
shortest distance between them can be represented on paper with a pencil.
I am talking about nature. Can you show
geometry and reality, those points are just locations. And the shortest distance between those 2 points is the straight line.
Okay,
you don't need to draw it or show it.
No, you must. You must show it to me in nature.
The shortest distance
between
the 2
geometry.
points.
That's geometry. Show me in nature.
It is
show me
the shortest distance.
Cyclopropane.
Show me a straight line in nature.
A horizontal plane?
No, any straight line in nature. Show me a straight line in nature.
2 points on a horizontal plane.
None of those.
Then
just
the shortest distance between those 2 points would be guaranteed to be a straight line, and
in nature,
on
the bond
it's all falling apart now, isn't it, Bev?
In nature, Bev.
The bond in any diatomic molecule.
I know, it's troubling for you, Peter. I know.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, but you're making no sense. Bev, can you show me a straight line?
What's not making sense about what I said?
I'm asking a question to Bev, and you're mumbling something about bonds. Doesn't matter. I'm asking him a question.
I'm helping him out.
I'm asking him a question. Bev, show me a straight line in nature. And what you just said is not a straight line, by the way. Bev, show me a straight line in nature.
Again, did you not hear me?
No, you were making no sense. You didn't answer my question. Show me a straight line in nature.
Okay, I'll start again. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Now, what you imagine a straight line to be is obviously something other than what I've just said. Because you insist on me showing you.
Yes, I do. I am insisting on you showing me
So the measurement.
Yes, show me a measurement of a straight line in nature. Thank you. Let's go. Show me a meter in nature. Let's go. Show me.
But you don't know what a meter is.
No, I do know.
Distance. What about a foot then?
Show me. Yeah, show me a foot.
About
just
an
not
inch.
Your foot, please. Not your inch. Just I know what an inch is. Just show me a straight line in nature.
About a plank?
Show me.
What?
Show me something in nature that is a straight line. Let's go.
A ruler. Have you ever seen a ruler?
Oh, your ruler is a straight line. Okay.
Yeah, distance.
You stand by that statement?
Yeah. Isn't there the meter, the original meter? Didn't they keep that in volts? Do you think that was
that a straight line? No, absolutely not.
You're what?
It was not a straight line, no.
Right. Oh, so the original meter was flawed.
Well, first of all, it didn't contain an infinite number of points, Second of all, they were not aligned with one another. They were out of whack. It was not a straight line.
Okay.
It was an approximation of a straight line, a really precise one, but not a straight line.
Is this what you're saving Jerry from?
I'm trying to explain to you the relationship between mathematics and reality. I think that's a very useful thing to know when you debate reality.
As a concept.
Show me.
Straight line.
Show me it in nature. Show me it exactly.
You seem to be denying the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line.
I deny
its existence. If you do,
I deny
you're
its
going to measure the Earth
in
flat.
nature.
No,
I don't care about the Earth. I don't care about the Earth. I am denying its manifestation in nature. This is just about
the shortest distance between 2 points now, right? It's got nothing to do with any models or anything.
Show me or shut up.
Show you what?
A straight line in nature.
The concept of the shortest distance between 2 points being
show me its manifestation.
Line.
I understand the concept. Okay. I understand the Platonic concept of a straight line. Now, show me its manifestation in nature.
The shortest distance by measuring a distance that you can measure no shorter than.
No shorter than. That's your example.
Yeah. You know, like
that's example of a straight line.
You know, like the diameter of a circle, any circle, is called the diameter, and the relationship of that to the circumference has a number that they can't reach, right? Is that the straight line?
Show me a
that
circle
you're talking
then. Are
about?
we back to the circle? I'm willing to take an example of a circle.
No, we're talking about that diameter being a straight line.
Okay, show me a circle in nature and then show me the diameter. That's going to be a straight line. So show me.
Would pi be that
show me.
The ability to show you that there is a relationship between the straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points.
Oh, could you measure pi in reality?
Oh, they know that you cannot reach the number. You cannot be that exact. They know that.
Oh, so you cannot show me a circle in reality then, huh?
That the shortest distance between 2 points, the unit, is a straight line.
The unit of is a straight line.
The measurement, yes. The dimension.
The measurement is a straight. The dimension is a straight line.
Without breadth. Yes.
Word fucking salad.
Line.
Word salad. Bev, try eating a word salad.
You're trying to save people from something, but I think your mind's broken. You're the one with the broken mind, Peter.
Am I now?
Yes.
You're so beyond gone into your delusion that you don't even realize it, Bev. You've read a book on geometry 2 years ago, and you're trying to use that as a prop to become an internet personality. You should better learn how to play guitar or bass and start a YouTube channel, and maybe you'll get laid. But this is not going to get you very far, what you're doing. It's going to just score you points with people who don't know any better, and they fall for your tricks.
Your sophistry is...
It's truth. And what I just told you is truth. Learn how to play guitar or bongos or whatever, and start yourself a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I think we might start up another one.
And you're going to add more value to this world than you've been adding using your horrible,
like going round and round with circular bullshit. Time for everybody to see the false dichotomy, and
no idea what you're talking about.
The ridiculousness of people.
You have no idea what you're talking about. You read a book on geometry and probably in Reader's Digest 3 years ago. An article in geometry.
Mate.
Yeah. No, it's not a book. You read a book on geometry.
There's a way to order your mind.
You read a book on geometry.
You've got a broken mind. You can't see it.
Read my lips. You read a book on geometry, and you've decided you're going to go on a tour of the internet.
You've not got your camera on.
Create a fan base.
It seems you're saying "nuh-uh," which is a flat earther's playbook.
Jerry, see what I meant when I said that he may lobotomize your brain?
It's true.
I know, right? Self-evident. Bev, are we done? Can you please go away?
No, Bev's allowed to be here as long as he wants.
Well, of course he is. But I'm asking him to go away because I can't be doing this for much longer.
Maybe you should go.
I want to cry.
Eventually I will. Yeah, I want to cry, Bev. You made me cry.
Do you want to talk bad about me? Go on, you do your talking bad about me while I'm here. Go on, show how manly you are.
I talk bad about you when you're not here. Mm-hmm. When you're here, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, well, go on, go for your little bitch fest.
Well, how many times can I repeat the same thing?
Do you have a review of everybody else? You ask everyone how well do you think they did? You know.
No, only
you.
What
about the Sophist group that you're in? What about that
no,
Twitter?
We never talk about you. They don't know who you are.
Your Twitter group. Do you not talk about this with your Twitter guys?
I never mentioned you one time. Nobody knows who you are.
No. Do you talk about what you do here?
Sometimes,
yeah. You know, like when you were talking, were you just talking about the Twitter? Because
yeah, sometimes I bring up Discord in my group of Glowers, yeah.
Okay. And what are the Twitter flat earthers like? Are they...
They are horrible. They're the worst kind. I mean it.
Are they not from here? Are they not from round here? They're not failed
maybe some, people? But Twitter flurfs are just meme generating machines. There's no conversation with them at all. That's why I come here, because at least you can talk to somebody here.
You can talk on
Twitter. They
are
like if they were stuck in 2016.
Yeah, they're just memeing the most ridiculous things, and you can't even ask them a question. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can actually talk to people on Twitter.
Yes, and they have and the like? Quality. Yeah, and I'm answering your question. Yeah. The quality of the conversation there is 5 times worse than the quality of the conversation here. And if you can imagine that, imagine that just
5 times worse than you are here.
No. And it's not about me, even if I am not speaking. Like the quality of the conversation about the shape of the Earth is 5 times worse over there than it is over here.
Okay. So do you ever discuss the minds of Jerry? And people like Jerry?
No, because they're so far gone. Those
stuff people. Over there. You don't do the highbrow mind activism.
No, I do too, but it's very shallow because there's nothing to even argue with. It's just memes.
Yeah. I think at the minute, we've been chatting and Jerry's looking for something new. I mean, this might be, saving the mind of Jerry. Could be a breakout thing.
I hope so.
Saving him.
Yeah, Bev, it seems you have a that, and Peter has a not that. He can't replace your that with another that. It just not what Bev says. Not that.
Poor Jerry.
Yeah. Well, I think he's
right. He is too far gone.
He's gone,
right? Yui, do you understand what I'm saying when I mean that he was lobotomized?
Yui, then obviously that shows how far you've fallen.
Yeah. What the hell?
You have to go to Yui.
What's wrong with me? No, I think Jerry's got too far gone. I tried to speak to him the other day about how some things can be a matter of utility, and I felt like I broke through to him, but it didn't work apparently. Oh well.
Yeah, it's sad.
Can't save everyone.
Do you agree?
It's not easy to say no, not that.
Yeah. Do you agree with Peter about the straight line or the shortest distance between 2 points?
Or agree with him about what exactly?
Well, he seemed to disagree about the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. equivalent to the diameter within the relationship of pi.
I'm not sure he disagrees with that in concept. I just don't think. Am I correct in saying you don't think it exists in real life, Mr. Peter?
What I was trying to explain was that these concepts exist, but they don't manifest themselves in reality. Yeah. Exactly, precisely, in a Platonic sense.
Are you able to tell the difference?
Of course.
Go on, so what is the difference between the straight line conceptually as the diameter in the relationship of pi and the straight line within reality?
Okay, good question. The difference is that in reality, what we would measure, first of all, we wouldn't be able to measure it perfectly. And even if we did, it would not be a straight line. It would not be a circle. It would not be, therefore, a diameter. That's the difference.
So the shortest distance wouldn't be. Would it be shorter than the straight line?
It would be wiggly, if anything. It wouldn't be a straight line. It would have some kinks to it. It would be, there would be an atom sticking out or a particle. It wouldn't even be a straight line in the sense of like a series of points, because they would be sparsely distributed over distance. Like, like there's even Planck's length. So like even the fabric of the universe has a granularity to it.
Yeah, the
so all these concepts of points, lines, circles, triangles, they're beautiful approximations. They're beautiful concepts in geometry. We use them all the time to describe reality as an approximation, which is what this guy who's on mute now for like half an hour, Kilos, was trying to tell you. But you're not listening. You're just doing your bullshit.
Don't you?
Yeah, because we use words to have conversations, but there's no such, those things are concepts, and they're very useful to describe reality.
Yeah, a line is length without breadth.
Yeah, so
when you have a length,
when we talk about reality, we say, when we talk about reality, we say there's a straight line, because we don't want to say there's something that approximates a Euclidean straight line, my friend, every time we want to say distance. We don't say all those things. We just say straight line. But everybody who studied that problem knows that these are approximations. Everybody. And you don't know that because you've never studied anything.
Straight line's not an approximation, though, is it?
Of course it is, in reality.
No, the straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points.
As a concept, yes. But in nature, such things don't exist.
So there's something other than the shortest distance between 2 points. That's what we're trying to get at here.
Yeah. Like, it's a messy distance.
What would you call that?
It's a distance.
Yeah. Shorter than the shortest distance?
No, because you can measure the same distance 1,000 times. You'll get different values.
But you
get different values.
You wouldn't call that a straight line.
No, you don't even have points. So how can you measure distance between 2 points if you don't have points in nature?
Okay, so what would you call the shortest distance between 2 points in reality?
Distance.
Yeah, like a number.
It would be measured using a number, yeah.
Yeah, length.
Yeah. Yeah, do you know, have you ever heard about the uncertainty principle by Heisenberg?
What, uncertainty, not about a straight line? Or what a straight line
about
is?
Points, about something that you could call a point.
A point is that of which has no parts.
No, something that approximates a point, like a particle. You can never measure its position. If you cannot measure its position, how could you measure distance between two positions that you cannot measure?
It's you that's got the broken mind here, Peter.
Answer my question. If you have two particles and you cannot precisely measure their position,
have two particles?
How can you measure the distance? What?
Show me these two particles.
Oh, look at an electron. You cannot tell its position.
Show me.
Precisely.
Show me.
Okay.
He's talking about the quantum mechanics and the Schrödinger equation, that you can't calculate exactly the position of a quantum object like a particle. You can only describe it as a wave of probability where you will
2 points doesn't exist. That's literally what he's saying.
Yes, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist in nature. Read, it's shown there. As much as we can show an electron, it is shown to you in this paper.
So this is the foundations of mathematics, and you're wanting
This
to
the foundations of reality.
it.
Mathematics is not nature. Do you understand?
The shortest
you
distance
ignorant,
between 2
delusional
points,
maniac. You understand
is
that mathematics
an
is not
idea
reality.
that you build a framework of knowledge
Yes.
upon.
It's
We call that
mathematics is the
mathematics.
framework you use
You've
to
got a broken
approximately
mind.
describe nature.
Yeah.
Do you understand the difference, you delusional maniac?
I'm not delusional. I'm not the delusional.
Do you
one
understand
We're
the
talking about the
difference?
shortest distance between 2
How
points.
dare you
And what you're
lobotomize other
attempting to
people's
do
brains
here is
while your brain
I
is in
call it
shambles?
pretty I don't know. I call it disgusting, really, because people are going to take on what you say. You say like you're trying to help people, but you're obviously not.
You're a delusional maniac.
This is sophistry, Bev.
From him, yes.
From you.
There you go. Look, it's the double teaming.
Yeah.
Welcome to 2024.
Yeah, well, look, right, it's true. I mean, you know, you can't show it. Been waiting for it. So Bev's a sophist. Yeah. Well, look what Mr. I don't know if someone can unmute what's his face, Kilos Hertz, but I think he showed a very interesting image of calcium carbonate and the lines between. I'll repost it.
I think Kilohertz wants to come off because he's not really. I don't know. Might be struggling to understand why the shortest distance between 2 points doesn't exactly exist, because it does, doesn't it?
I care about reality, Bevan. It doesn't seem like you can show me reality.
You can definitely mark locations.
Yes.
So you could definitely
approximate
tell the
locations.
shortest distance between 2 points.
Approximate locations. I sent you a link. I know you didn't click
I think
it.
we have this thing called triangulation, don't we? No.
I know you didn't click it, you ignorant, delusional maniac. And so don't be discussing something you're not willing to discuss.
In your sophistry box,
yes,
haven't you?
yes, no, delusional maniac. Ignorant, delusional maniac is who you are, specifically you.
I think the entire point about straight lines not existing in nature is completely irrelevant to Bev's point about it being the shortest distance between 2 points. Because if you take that shortest distance, you don't measure it using some physical tool. It's an abstract object. So if it's abstract in the first place, it will be perfect.
Locations, though. In reality,
you see,
done it.
Hey,
we call it.
Let's say,
hey, breathing. Is it the first time you're talking to Bev? I agree, obviously, that the concept of a straight line distance, all that he says, is true. The whole conversation is he translates all that, usually, regularly, to reality and lobotomizes people's brain by using these concepts he read about. He never studied this stuff. He read about it. And he makes absolutely ridiculous word salads using such statements as distance between 2 points is a straight line when he talks about curved surfaces, for example. The guy doesn't know the meaning of the words he's using. He's trying to bamboozle everybody in this room.
Doesn't matter what happens between the surfaces of anything. The shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line.
You challenged somebody earlier, not me, about the relationship between physical nature and mathematical models. This is what we're talking about. Everybody understands what the mathematical model of a straight line is, but you don't understand that it doesn't translate one-to-one to physical nature because you're a delusional maniac.
Yeah, I now understand that the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere in reality will be a straight line.
You're an idiot.
Doesn't sound idiotic to me. It sounds like a statement made in nature.
Show
right?
me,
Provable.
show me. Okay, show me 2 points on a sphere. Doesn't have to be in nature, conceptually. And the shortest distance on the surface being a straight line. Show me.
Shortest distance would be the diameter, because that's how we derive pi.
I said on surface, you maniac.
Yeah, but you don't think that the relationship of pi having the straight line disappears just because you keep shouting on the surface, do you?
On the surface of the sphere, connect 2 points. Now, go.
The diameter is the shortest distance. That's the whole point of pi. I mean, you can shout and rave as much as you want about on the
somebody
surface.
Has to,
but that
otherwise
doesn't make a
you'll be
difference to the shortest
to...
distance being the diameter.
You're a maniac. You're a delusional maniac. That's who you are. Delusional maniac that believes, I don't even know what you believe, that has to speak to get, I don't know, hard from speaking to people like poor Jerry and fucking with their brains. So shut up.
This can't be real.
Oh, it's real. Shut up.
Oh, this is real.
Bev.
Is that what you said? So this is real, but
it's
straight
real.
line.
This is real.
This is what you call a nut sacking, and this has been the danger that we've experienced when people
delusional
attempt to relate
maniac.
a
Delusional
model to
son of a
reality.
bitch.
They get really upset. Like, really upset.
I'm not upset with anything but you.
I think it's
so in a way,
logic,
you have in a way, Bev, you have imaginometry, right? Because you're imagining this in reality. You're imagining it.
No, I'm talking about the shortest distance
That's probably
between 2 points.
You know it best, then, don't you?
You're the best.
No, I understand where the state of the mind of Peter is, and his struggles.
Can I maybe offer an example to help clarify this?
Well, people are struggling to understand what's going on.
Right. So I don't know if I've gone over this with you, if I've given you this example before. I know I've did it with someone. So if you have a steel ball, for example, right, and you put 2 electrodes on it, you put you're trying to run a charge from one point to another point. It's an empty ball. It's just a steel shell, a spherical shell. That charge is going to seek the shortest distance between those 2 points, but it can only travel along that shell. So would you say that that is the shortest distance possible for that electric charge to travel from point A to point B?
Genius example. Thank you.
This is actually a perfect analogy. I salute you.
Cheers.
I can't believe it's over. It's over for Bev. Logic has failed.
But the actual shortest distance, because you can
I
make
love
some
these
sort
moments.
of strange
I love them.
parameters.
Well, it's the shortest distance possible for that electric charge to travel.
But the
This is
actual
being
shortest
recorded,
distance
right?
between those 2 points would be a straight line.
So then would you say that
charge wouldn't travel along the straight line, is what you're saying? It would travel
that's
a
what I'm asking you.
longer path than the straight line.
Okay, so you're saying that the shortest distance between those points is simply not available for that charge to travel through.
Yeah, it's a straight line. And whatever your charge in your particular scenario you've done wouldn't travel along the straight line path. Right?
Okay. Sure. So let's say that
wouldn't falsify the shortest distance between those 2 points being a straight line, would it?
Okay. So let's start there. If I had to describe this path, I could do it 2 ways, right? I could put the sphere in three-dimensional Euclidean space, and using a weird system of 3D coordinates, I could trace this curved path that the electric charge is taking. And that equation is going to look really wonky and really complicated. Or I could plot the surface of the sphere as a 2D coordinate system and give a very simple illustration of how that charge gets from point A to point B.
How would you plot it on a non-developable surface?
What do you mean non-developable?
A surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface.
What does that mean?
It cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional plane without distortion. So how would you plot it?
Why would he have to?
Yeah, you can keep the distortion.
I'm asking how he would achieve that plotting of a non-developable surface on a two-dimensional plane.
Right, it gets distorted, and then when you need to put it back on the sphere, that distortion goes away again. That's how maps work with legends and such.
But he doesn't have to do any of that to do what he described.
Would the shortest distance between 2 points be a straight line?
Yeah, he said he can model the path that the electron took.
Because it's a non-developable surface.
Why stop saying absurd things? He said he can describe the path of the electron in two ways. He can use a three-coordinate system, right, in 3D, or he can use a two-coordinate system knowing that he's on the surface of a sphere. He doesn't need to project that onto a two-dimensional plane. Why did you introduce that?
Because he said he was doing it.
No, he said he can use two coordinates to describe an arc.
He said he could put it on a two-dimensional plane. He could make it 2D.
No, he can approach the surface of the sphere as a two-dimensional surface because he's using two coordinates, right?
We're talking about the shortest distance between 2 points.
It is the shortest distance on the surface, you maniac. If not, then show a different. What he was trying to ask you was show a different path the electron could have taken that would be shorter. It cannot go through the sphere because there's no material for it to travel through, correct?
So then it's not taking the shortest path because the shortest path between 2 points would be a straight line.
Why do people have names like that? Manufactotum. Manufactotum. In your example,
you don't get rid of the straight line by making it longer.
Shut up, maniac. Manufactotum.
Yes.
In your example, the sphere was hollow, so the electron could not travel through the inside of the sphere, correct?
Correct.
So I am asking you, maniac Bev, what other path could the electron have taken that was shortest than the path that it took? Answer the question, you delusional maniac.
You really don't know?
Yeah, what other path in nature could the electron have taken that was shorter?
You really have to ask this question?
Yes, I do. Are you gonna back up your buddy and answer it, Jerry?
Oh, I already know the answer, but I'm wondering why you're asking us.
Tell me what other path the electron...
Well, we just went... I mean, Bev just told you for the last, 45 minutes what the shortest distance would be, and now you're asking us what it would be.
That's not my question. No, that's not my question. My question is, what other path could have the electron taken in the situation that Manufactotum described?
Tough, Peter. I mean, sorry that we're here on Discord discussing your mind melt.
Earlier, I remember what Bev said about what was dictating the real geometry, the one that could be proven in reality. and for this electron, right? The shortest path, that's not through the atom. So in using his, I don't know what you call it, standard for what geometry is correct, he should believe this non-Euclidean geometry is correct for the electron, because it can't move through, it has to move on the surface, right?
That's why it's such a good example. But you see, the maniac either will try to derail the example into something else with his non-developable surface, or he'll just run away.
So
We're
if there's
presented with an example.
if there's construction on my street and I have to take a detour around the block and go, all the way through the neighborhood to get to my house, thus taking a longer distance, would that falsify all of Euclidean geometry?
I'm sorry about what Bev did to your brain, Jerry,
Is
but
that
no,
what you're
because we're
attempting to
talking
say
about
here?
no, we're talking about topologies of surfaces and
All
not
right.
construction work on your street. And that's why I'm here,
Mm.
Jerry, for you. I'm fighting for you to go after the people who did this to you. So you say things like that.
Well, the bottom line of what you're getting at here is that if you can't take a straight line, then there is no straight line.
We're talking about the surface that doesn't
That's
have
what you're
straight
saying.
lines.
You're saying there are no
That's
straight lines.
exactly what I'm saying. There are no straight
Exactly.
lines on non-Euclidean surfaces like a surface of a sphere.
Okay, go ahead. Say whatever you want.
There are geodesics, there are arcs. This is well known. Everybody knows it. And you could know it too, Jerry, if you spend 1 hour reading about it instead of listening to Bev.
So I'm going to try and offer something. Hopefully I don't devolve the conversation back to square one. So it sounds like Bev is defining a straight line in a kind of strict and prescriptive way, where the straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, full stop. Whereas another definition might be the shortest possible distance between 2 points. Depending on the context, like in the example Jerry gave where there's construction and you have to go, around a building, say. In that context, we might describe that path as the most direct path, the shortest path. That might equate to straight in some contexts, depending on how we define it. I think one thing we need to remember is that we did define these words, and how we define them and how prescriptively and how strictly we apply them, that's going to cause these conversations.
So we do that when we say in geometry that a geodesic is a generalization of the concept of a straight line on multidimensional non-Euclidean surfaces. We do that. It literally says that in the definition of a geodesic.
Yeah, I would say that's the shortest possible path.
Yeah, but a geodesic in Euclidean 3 space is a straight line, like we know. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, but a surface
we
of a
all
sphere
live
is
in
not
Euclidean 3 space, so it's a straight line's a straight line, right?
Manufactatum.
What do you think we're doing here?
Manufactatum. Here's the problem. Bev does not understand the words that he says.
Yeah, I think he's.
I know
using
you're
a very
extending courtesy to him,
line.
assuming that he understands
Well, it sounds
these
like
words.
gaslighting this, but
He does not. So that's why you can't really talk to him, right? He'll say things like, "We live in a Euclidean geometry."
We live in
Euclidean
like nonsense like 3
that.
space.
Yeah,
3 dimensions.
Euclidean 3 space. Yeah. He's nonsensical. He doesn't understand that you can describe some aspects of our reality using as a Euclidean approximation of a Euclidean plane, for example, and others you don't, because there's simply not that, right? He doesn't get it. He'll just throw out these buzzwords that he read in Reader's
some
Digest.
Of it's not that.
Yeah, exactly.
Can you show us the
maniac.
bit where the not that is?
Yeah, so
we're talking about the straight lines, the ones that do comport to the shortest distance between 2 points.
Yeah,
reality.
whatever. So It's okay to extend this courtesy to him, but I'm past that point because he's proven to me on numerous occasions that he just repeats these words like randomly, essentially. That he doesn't. There's no meaning behind the words when he uses them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get where you're coming
Sounds
from.
scripted, like.
Imagine asking your mom, "Hey, mom, what's for dinner?" She says, "Not pizza." And then you're like, "Well,
And he
what
did
are we
this to
having?"
Jerry. He hurt Jerry. Bev hurt Jerry like this. So Jerry has become this lobotomized person who says things like that.
I mean, for me to be like you, would I just have to go around saying, "No, not that. Nope, not that. You misunderstand."
I have
Come
a
on, Peter.
question for Bev. How can I ask this? So the sense I'm getting is that you don't think non-Euclidean geometry, let's say, I don't want to say exists in reality, but what would you say non-Euclidean geometry exists in reality?
No, I would say that the only existence is of Euclidean, right? Where the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That's Euclidean.
And that is real to you, or it exists?
Exclusively to reality, Euclidean geometry.
So it is the only way we can describe reality, or reality is Euclidean?
Yeah, reality is Euclidean in the understanding that we can logic the shortest distance between 2 points for our own understanding. Because were it not to be that, then all sorts of weird things occur.
Would you say that oh fuck, I lost it. Would you say that math is invented or discovered?
I would say it's just a system of logic.
And this would include geometry.
To comprehend reality.
Okay.
Mathematics is just an extension of that from a very solid foundation.
Right. And this includes geometry.
Absolutely.
So geometry in the strictest sense isn't reality, it's a way that we understand reality.
It's a logical system, geometry.
Right. But it's not real in the sense that
axiomatic system of logic.
Mm-hmm. But it's just a way to understand reality.
Mathematical foundations upon.
So I would posit, sure. So I would posit that Euclidean geometry isn't. I would posit that non-Euclidean geometry and Euclidean geometry are as real one to the other. I think they both describe aspects of reality in useful ways, and some ways are more usefully expressed in non-Euclidean than Euclidean. Like with the example I gave with the electron going over a surface, there's no usefulness in adding that third dimension to express that.
Well, see, I would call Euclidean geometry, which is solid geometry also, I would consider that as being Euclidean. So that would govern the understanding of the straight line within reality and everything. And I would consider non-Euclidean to be not logical, right? Because Euclidean logic, the axiomatic system, being entirely logical, would govern the Euclidean system. So not Euclidean or non-Euclidean would be non-logical, illogic, nonsense.
By that, sure. So by that definition, by excluding time in all of these calculations and just sticking to 3D,
geometry,
aren't we reducing? Yeah, aren't we reducing this to something that's less accurate?
Geometry less accurate?
No. By using a geometry that excludes time. That's what I'm saying. By excluding time in our geometric calculations, aren't we no longer representing reality?
Well, like mechanics is the application of geometric and this element of time.
Well, even something simple like the sphere example. Like if I say an electron going from point A to right. If I say going from point A to point B, why not?
Because then it would become mechanics. Just geometry.
So
yeah,
geometry.
But nature is not geometry.
Exactly. So then
nature
we're
is mechanics.
illustrating.
We're talking about the foundations of our understanding and a straight line.
But then that's not representative of reality.
A straight line is definitely representative of reality.
Ja pierdolę, kurwa mać.
I don't know what that meant, but that was funny. I don't know.
I mean, it might
feel
be
like
representative
I find it,
of reality.
I find it difficult to understand why you guys have a problem with a straight line. Is it because Bob's made his argument to say that the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction is a great circle? Is that what's troubling you?
I can't speak for them, but my issue with it is
troubling because Nathan Oakley says that he can measure the Earth flat, and if you can
you
measure
can't
the
reason with this
being
man.
A straight line,
you have to. The only way to talk to this man is to yell at him. You can't reason with this man.
I just want this on record for me. So my issue with it is how strictly literal and prescriptive you're using this language.
Straight line.
Which to me reduces it to uselessness. I find no usefulness in your application of these words. To the way you're using it. The term is very useful, of course.
Sure, there's a mistake here, Manufactotum. There's a mistake here, right? Because usefulness is only to one's goals, right? Yes, he might not be able to use this concept in the real world insofar as insofar as trying to find these things as in the purest orthodox sense in the real world. However, you can use it for a descriptor. You can use it as a you can use it as a description. However, what Bev wants to do is not use it as a descriptor. He doesn't want to use it to try and see if it exists in reality in a very orthodox sense. He wants to use it to get likes on YouTube. So it is useful for him.
Well, yeah. I mean, sure. I think the issue I have is exactly the fact that it's not just use. I mean, that is really the only way it is useful. It's not useful in the sense of practical geometry, practical engineering, or whatever, but worse than that, it's not useful in communication. So even if we're just talking about the idea,
being the shortest distance between 2 points isn't useful in engineering.
It's not. It's not. You're using it in geometry, in the study of mathematics and geometry. It is very useful. And in natural sciences, which you have no idea about because you didn't read that Reader's Digest yet.
Land surveying.
We use concepts from geometry to approximate various things to a very precise degree. But nobody talks about this Euclidean whatever the fuck you made up when we study reality, nature, because nature is not geometry. Nature is whatever the fuck she is. And we use language of mathematics to approximate our understanding of nature.
New modern sophistry.
Yeah, and the thing, Peter, if you just limited yourself to the study of geometry, you'd be successful because you're at the level of like a third grader's understanding of geometry. That's great. That's a good start. Just keep it to that and don't talk about natural sciences and we'll be fine. Pivot your YouTube channel to be about geometry and say, kids, here's a triangle. Kids, did you know that the shortest distance between two lines on the Euclidean plane is a straight line? Have a little dinosaur puppet and your channel will be great. But don't talk about natural fucking sciences because you have no idea what you're talking about. Okay?
It's the end of
Bev.
Bev.
He said the same thing to us when we were talking about.
Well, that's not a great
horizon being.
I I wouldn't reference some random schmuck called QE. Talk about real scientists or talk about real mathematicians like Euclid or others. Just pick your battle. If you're going to talk about natural sciences, purchase the Reader's Digest that has the introduction to physics, and maybe there they will explain to you what we mean by using mathematics to approximate nature. But before you do that, don't embarrass yourself anymore, and for Pete's sake, don't lobotomize people like Jerry, okay?
Yeah, for Peter's sake.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Go,
Hey, Peter, I just want to ask you a question.
Go make a new video on YouTube explaining to kids with a dinosaur puppet what a straight line is, all right? I mean it. Become the new, maths communicator on YouTube.
You might get more subscribers.
Yeah, and I actually mean it. I'm trying to make fun of you, obviously, but I mean it. Like, go do that. Go do that. And it's not going to be controversial because nothing you say about straight lines or points or triangles or even circles is controversial. So go do it.
Would you say Isaac Newton was a real scientist? Quote unquote.
Yeah, one of the early proper natural philosophers.
Okay. Do you know what kind of geometry he used for all of his mechanics?
No, tell me, Jerry.
We should probably find out.
Why would I if I'm talking to you? You're going to tell me.
Yeah, you're right. It's not important. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I have a challenge for the people that have trouble with non-Euclidean geometry.
He wants to have a look at it.
Yeah. So for those of you who have trouble with non-Euclidean geometry, it seems the sticking point is Euclid's parallel postulate, right? That
it's just a straight line, mate.
It's a triangle,
It's just a straight line.
Sure.
It's distance between 2 points.
Yes, but straight lines are what give us parallel, right?
Well, if you've got a straight line, you can obviously have a parallel to it, can't you?
Right. And if parallel lines are not straight, or straight lines are not straight in the way you mean that word to mean, then that parallel postulate is no longer true, right?
Well, no, if you don't have a straight line, then you can't have something that's parallel to it because you haven't got a straight line. So a straight line is necessary for the parallel. The straight line has to come before the parallel.
I understand what you're saying, but the contention is what straight means, not whether straight exists. So my challenge to you is to prove the parallel postulate.
Right. You don't think it's not proven? Have you heard of a square?
I have heard of a square.
Right. Well, a square has its opposite sides parallel, doesn't it?
That does not prove the parallel postulate.
Well, a straight line intersecting, two straight lines intersecting another straight line will form a triangle on the side which of the internal angles is less than 180 to sum of two right angles.
That is the parallel postulate. Yes. Yeah. Can you prove that?
Yeah, a triangle either will or will not be formed on either side of that straight line.
I'm going to save you the trouble. It cannot be proven.
Why?
Ask any mathematician.
Well,
this is what math professors give to their students.
Could you draw then a triangle? Oh, you got three straight lines, right? And put two of them intersecting this other straight line. Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Are you saying the triangle would not be formed?
What I'm saying is you can switch out the parallel postulate to one where parallel lines do intersect or they diverge.
You can't.
And
it's
you
a
get
definition.
No, that's my point, is it can't be proven from the other axioms.
Parallel lines are a definition. They're defined before the axioms and postulates.
No, they're defined by the parallel postulate.
No,
the parallel postulate cannot be proven.
No, they're defined within the definitions. Did you not know that?
Which definition?
Definition 35.
What?
Can you post it?
Wow. Let me have a look. Can you not look it up? Can you not Google it? Definition 35, book 1. Euclid's Elements. I'll have a look if I've got it.
How can two parallel lines intersect the third one and form a triangle?
Hey, it's a triangle axiom. It doesn't mention anything
I think what
about
he's saying is
parallels
that you
within
cannot
the,
prove it, that it's a postulated thing. You cannot prove it.
No, the actual parallels is the proof of the axiom. People just don't really understand how proofs are gained or anything.
Was what you meant that you cannot prove it from the other postulates that it is true?
That's part of it, but also replacing that postulate with other ways that line crosses two adjoining lines gives functioning, perfectly reasonable, perfectly consistent geometries that don't contradict themselves.
That's what we do for non-Euclidean geometry of a surface of a sphere. For example, we relax that postulate, we throw it away, everything else still works.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's what mathematicians give to their students to fuck with them. They say, go home and prove this postulate, and it can't be done.
Yeah, of course it can.
Well, Bev, you see, because they never had Bev as their student. If they had Bev as their student,
I can't imagine
Bev
why
would
you
be
think
the first
it
one
can't be proven.
going saying, haha, you stupid professor, here's the proof. And Bev would get like the Fields Medal in mathematics or something. But unfortunately,
it's all right. It's
Bev never
easy.
did that. He couldn't be bothered. Instead, he started a YouTube channel to talk about natural sciences.
It's a failed YouTube channel, mind you.
How unfortunate
Peter
for
gets
humankind.
really upset about people talking about proofs in reality.
How unfortunate.
Don't
He
you,
could have been
Peter?
the new Euclid 2.0. We missed out.
Realizing
Bev.
Euclid. Yeah, that's what we do.
Bev, why don't you write a paper proving that postulate to prove manufactotum wrong and every other mathematician in the world as well? Why don't you spend some time this weekend, maybe 5 hours or so, to just write that proof? It should be like 1 page tops, right?
What you think?
Why don't you do that?
You can't.
No,
prove
it's a serious question.
An axiom.
Answer me this.
Are you questioning the ability to prove an axiom?
Yes, we are. Why don't you
about triangles
write a paper?
Having the
it
sum
should
of
be 1 page.
degrees.
Should be 1 page that talks about
coming from somebody with a
why the
mind.
parallel postulate must always be true in all consistent geometries. Why don't you write a paper? Answer me. I know you won't write it, but tell me why you won't write it.
I'm just talking about in reality.
Tell me why you won't write it.
The shortest distance between 2 points in reality, and you're off in fantasy land, writing papers.
Tell me why you will not write it. Tell me why you won't write it. If it's so obvious.
You think you can just summon people on this flat Earth?
Well, you're an expert. You're passionate about
to make
I am summoning
scientific papers
yes,
about geometry.
I am summoning you. Yes, I did that to Indio, and now I'm doing this to you.
Hasn't one of your leaders told you that there are no proofs?
In geometry, there are. Why don't you do that?
Well, you're trying to get a scientific paper wrote.
No.
Yes, that's what you said.
Paper.
A scientific paper. You want somebody to inject proof into science.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
You?
That's my mistake. It's an honest mistake. I apologize. Why don't you write a paper on mathematics?
Not a sophisticated mistake.
No,
you don't actually
my
know
bad.
what you're talking about.
I'm sorry. My bad. I apologize. It's on the recording. I admit it. So let me restate. Why don't you write a paper on geometry that delivers the proof that manufactotum mentioned? I know you won't do it. Just tell us why you won't do it. that lines have to be parallel, remain parallel.
No, I don't think that's what he said.
Matter of fact, Totem, can you repeat so Bev can write a paper about it?
Yeah, basically proving Euclid's parallel postulate, which says that two lines, essentially that two parallel lines cannot intersect and cannot diverge.
No,
That's the
it
very,
doesn't.
very simple.
I'll read it because you might have misinterpreted it. It says, if a straight line meet two straight lines so as to make the two interior angles on the same side of it taken together less than two right angles, then these straight lines being continually produced shall at length meet on that side on which are the angles which are less than two right angles.
Yes.
That's what it states.
That's what it states.
And then if the right angles are equal, as in all right angles are equal, right? If that occurs, then those lines will not meet by this statement.
That's inferred from this. That part's not in the actual text, right?
Yeah, that's the bit that you take with parallels, right? The exception for the rule is when there are two right angles, the sum of two right angles on both sides of the line. The interior angles would equal two right angles on both sides.
Right.
Right.
So
this states that no triangle would be formed. That's by this axiom.
So that's what that states. Now, this is assuming Euclidean geometry as we today understand it, but it cannot come from Euclidean geometry cannot come from this unless it's already pre-assumed. So to fix the geometric structure of a space in any number of dimensions without embedding it in another space, you would have to figure the length of every line and every curve you could draw in that geometry. And you would need either the proof of the parallel postulate to do that, or you would have to extend that definition to an absolute geometry, in which case the parallel postulate fails.
Would you not rely on the parallels, the definition of parallels?
To do what?
To go back on, because don't forget the definitions in the axiomatic system, the definitions come first, the identity.
If you rely on that parallel postulate, you will get a Euclidean space. But the reliance on that parallel postulate is exactly what's in contention.
It says 35, definition 35, which comes before the postulates and axioms. It says parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet. So are you saying that one circumstance within an axiom will violate the definition of the parallel?
Give me a second. Definition 35. Because I was looking at proposition 35.
Yeah, have you got a playbook?
No, I just Googled it. Definition. I see proposition 35.
Don't see definition 35. What's the last definition?
Are you lazy? Are you lazy,
definitions? Am I lazy?
Yeah, I gave you a link when you asked for something. I gave it to you within 30 seconds. Why don't you do that the same thing for him? Are you sabotaging this?
Not something that you want to force upon people, you know. You let them discover.
Are you sabotaging this? Are you sabotaging your own conversation?
If you want to study
give him a
Euclidean
link.
geometry,
Give
find
him a
an
link.
old
Delusional
18th
maniac.
century
Give him a link.
school book.
Give him a link, you delusional maniac. Give him a link.
Your sophist techniques are terrible, Peter.
How is this sophist? I'm saying to you plainly. Give him a link, you delusional maniac. How is this sophistry?
Are a definition within
Do you even
Euclid.
know what sophistry is? This is an instruction. Give him the link, you delusional maniac. How is this sophistry?
I can't give him a link to my book. It's here in front of me.
Okay, give him a link to the definition to speed things up. Enable him to continue to talk to you.
Within the foundations of mathematics. Definition 35. Book 1. The Elements by Euclid.
Okay, I see it.
How's your peanut gallery, Peter, supporting you? Do you think he's doing a good job?
Oh yeah, he knows way more about geometry than I do. It just shows you how little you know, Bev.
So he's better at saying nah to what Bev is saying. Basically.
No, he's better at representing actual geometry.
Peter does the ad homs. He doesn't do the actual argument because he knows.
With you, I am.
Fuck all about it.
You know what's funny? Geometry is my kryptonite, and I can run circles around you, pun intended.
Is that because it's purely logic? It's pure logic, isn't it?
No, because that's how little you know about. That's how little you know about. That's how little you know about anything that you talk about. You know absolutely nothing. Like your level of awareness about the topics you bring up is non-existent. You're the personification of the dotting.
Can somebody explain to me what was the premise of the conversation?
We don't know. Something about it's always about straight lines with Bev. Straight lines.
Straight lines.
Yeah.
Straight lines in reality.
Why are straight lines important?
Because, like, it's a good question. They're not important. This is like
because they lead to proofs, and Peter can't handle proofs.
When Bev engages,
in reality,
anyway,
can't relate proofs to reality.
Here's the context, my friend. Bev is a person who shows up.
Fight the Flat Earth, it was that said it. You can't have him in reality.
Like
just can't have him. You're not allowed it.
Here's what Bev does. He says straight lines
from a high,
shortest distance. Horizontal, vertical, horizontals are parallel, and gibberish like that. That's all he does. So you can't talk to him about anything because he just throws out those words. So we're kind of like calling him out on that for like 2 hours now, at least.
Are we saying is that it's impossible to have straight lines in reality?
We are saying that, but we're also saying it's impossible to have a conversation with Bev.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
it's over, Bev. It's over.
He's dictating
Logic
it.
is
I
done.
know, yeah. Peter's said it. It's impossible. You can't have it.
It's over.
Yeah.
Logic is ended.
Fight the Flat Earth and all of that. They've reigned supreme.
What's your
You can't have Nathan Oakley measuring a straight line and proving flat Earth, can you? Measuring the Earth flat by measuring a straight line.
Why would the straight line prove? Why would the straight line prove that flat Earth exists?
Because Bob says that the shortest distance between any 2 points is a great circle distance. And obviously, if you set up a false dichotomy that if you can prove it's not a sphere, then it must be flat. So by measuring a shortest distance being a straight line, you falsify Bob's modus ponens and prove flat Earth. Ta-da! Nathan Oakley's setting himself up for it. He isn't aware yet. But Nathan Oakley's going to be crowned the king of flat Earth by measuring a straight line. He thinks it's horizontal, does it? But it's not really. It's just a straight line.
You're a delusional maniac.
Yeah, but who's Bob?
Nobody knows.
Who's Bob the science guy? Nobody knows. He's done a Jesse Kozlowski. Let's forget about him. He's a no one. He made a shit argument, and we may as well just forget about him. He lied about measuring the drop of the water level in the lake in his back garden. He put some fancy flashing lights on his auto level. But let's forget about that. Leave him in his observatory.
Let's think about King Bev. What we will do with King Bev?
Well, hold on. Before we get too sidetracked, I want to offer one last thing to Bev. So let's say we have the option of using two definitions for straight, where one definition.
I don't have that.
No. What we're going to choose one, right? So we have the option of two. We have the shortest distance between 2 points, right? And that's our straight line. Or we have the shortest possible distance between 2 points. Now, one of these is going to allow for the shortest distance not
what about
possible.
Euclid's? Well, what about Euclid's?
Hold on.
Euclid says a straight line is that which lies evenly between its extreme points. Can I throw that one into the mix as well?
I don't think that's going to help, because that's going to be, I think, easier to fit onto non-Euclidean than I think you realize. But let's take the shortest distance.
Let's take the Euclidean one.
The shortest distance between 2 points, or the shortest possible distance.
Because that's a reality term. I use that one because that exists in reality as shortest.
No. What I'm saying is, the shortest distance does not eliminate impossible paths, right? So the shortest direct path could include paths that are not for example, yes, if we include time and we have four-dimensional space, the shortest distance is actually going to be shorter than the one we have access to in 3 dimensions. So excluding...
That would be like nothing then, surely.
Right, which you would agree, I think.
So the shortest distance is a chance of being no distance at all. And no
which by your definition...
but not that.
Which by your definition does not map onto reality, right?
The shortest distance be a point?
It's not that, yeah.
Right, so my point
is no distance, not that.
But that's by your definition. The shortest distance now allows
definition. You need 2 points.
Impossible for us to arrive at direct
distance
paths.
Between 2 points. And like the extreme points Euclid uses, that which lies evenly between its extreme points. If you put those 2 points together and make them one, then there isn't 2 points. There's no extreme points if they're the same point, a no thing.
Mm-hmm. Given that you never stopped talking while I was explaining, I'm going to guess that you didn't hear what I was saying.
Well, it sounded like you were supporting Nathan Oakley by saying no measurement is a proof of a flat.
Nobody knows who that is.
You can measure flat. Because I think he should go with the false dichotomy approach and, disprove Bob with a straight line.
So do you agree that
that'd be much easier
than
measuring a no thing like you suggest?
Do you agree that your definition of straight allows for impossible paths?
The shortest distance between 2 points.
As opposed to the shortest distance possible.
Well, yeah, the shortest distance between 2 points is a bit more descriptive because it tells you the points that you would be using the distance to represent, wouldn't it?
But the shortest distance... Wait, to represent what?
The reality of where the points are.
But the reality will only allow for possible distances between those points.
The shortest.
The shortest possible distance would work in reality always.
The shortest
actual
distance.
Does it always.
Yeah,
the shortest what?
Shortest actual distance.
The shortest actual distance?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
now
when we say distance, actual. We mean the actual distance, right?
What does actual mean in this context?
Like the measurable, actual, in reality, the shortest distance. Mm-hmm. I mean, this sophistry, if this is 2024, good luck to you guys in these rooms.
I'm trying to... Sorry, to be very
clear. This is new mental torture that you're going through.
Absolutely very clear. What I'm attempting to do is to...
Go on.
Do you hear people when they're speaking?
Go on.
What I'm trying to do is eliminate the sophistry. Because what you're proposing is a use of language that is functionally useless. It is the strictest, most literal interpretation of something which does not comport to the real world.
You don't think the shortest distance between 2 points comports to the real world?
Not if it includes impossible distances. The shortest possible distance will comport to the real world.
Impossible distances. It's the shortest distance between 2 points.
I think taken strictly, that definition is too broad.
What, you can have a shorter distance than it?
If you, by your definition, yes.
What, the shortest distance between 2 points also includes a shorter than the shortest distance in your mind, yeah? Is that what you hear when you hear the shortest distance between 2 points? Do you hear
so applying
also a
your
shorter
definition,
distance? Because
yes, applying your definition to the real world yields contradictions.
The shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line yields contradictions, does it, to you? Can you explain that? Go on.
Well, I think the 4-dimension thing is a pretty good analogy.
Go on.
Yeah, so if you're taking that distance over 4 dimensions, right, you now have a shorter distance than we can travel in 3-dimensional space.
How?
Because you could travel in the 4th dimension. So, I mean, I can't really get into Riemann tensors, but essentially, the further you travel in space, the less you travel in time, and vice versa. So if you can travel through time quicker, you can get shorter distances in space. So the shortest distance, including 4 dimensions, gets you a shorter distance than we geometrically could describe in 3. The way you do this is with essentially Pythagorean theorem, like on steroids.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
That's right. But when you include time, instead of A squared plus B squared, instead of A squared plus B squared, you get A squared minus B squared.
Well, that's not the Pythagorean formula, is it? If you change it.
It is when you include time.
What, you just change the plus to a minus?
Something like, yeah.
I think you're delusional, mate.
I think you don't understand enough about 4-dimensional math.
Well, I think your ability to manufacture... Oh, that's what your name is? Yeah.
Yeah, as it happens.
Right.
That's where it comes from.
You're throwing in an extra dimension, which is slightly impossible, and then you're changing the Pythagorean theorem?
I didn't change it. Minkowski changed it.
What, that? He changed the Pythagorean theorem. You know, some people have said that you could use proposition 47 in respect to what we call the triangle axiom to replace that one that you suggested can't be proved. And you can definitely prove proposition 47, can't you? The Pythagorean theorem.
What's 47?
Proposition 47 within book 1, Euclidean geometry, the elements. It's the Pythagorean theorem, but done through Euclid's geometric logic understanding. It'd probably be a little bit advanced, but yeah, you're best off sticking with that. So if that could replace what you called the parallel postulate, right? That one about a triangle. If that could replace it and also be proved, then you're suggesting that somebody changed it by adding another dimension.
Well, somebody adapted it to 4 dimensions, specifically where time is the 4th dimension.
specifically to natural sciences. It wasn't geometry for the sake of geometry. It was creating geometry that describes what we see in nature. I just wanted to say, Manufactorum, you nailed it. That's exactly what he does. When we ask him to tell us what the shortest distance is on a two-dimensional surface of a sphere, like you did with the electron, this dude introduces the third dimension, the inside of the sphere.
Is three-dimensional.
So he goes from 2D to 3D, and he cuts through that sucker, and he says, oh, this is the shortest distance. Well, that wasn't the problem. The problem was, while you stay on a two-dimensional surface, what is the shortest distance? But in his sophistry and fucking messed up logic, he reintroduces the third dimension and cuts through the sphere and says, a straight line.
Third dimension never went anywhere, mate.
This is a very good analogy.
All the time.
Same as if we went from 3 dimensions to 4 and started dicking around with the fourth dimension to travel between points in that space. That's exactly what he does. But this guy doesn't know what he's talking about at all.
And that's actually a very good analogy. Like on the surface, that line is going to be longer than if you cut straight through the volume of the sphere. That's exactly how it works.
Yeah, like a chord.
Right?
Yeah,
you're limited
or
to
diameter or something like that.
Yes.
They're straight lines, aren't they?
Oh, Jesus. Because you're limited to 2 dimensions, because we ask you to stay on the surface like an electron would, but you're not willing to discuss that for whatever reason.
Yeah, but it doesn't get rid of the actual shortest distance being a straight line. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Not an actual. No, it's not actual if you don't stay on the surface like we asked you to do, like an electron would. So it's not actual. It's just whatever the fuck you invented. All right? Not actual, but bevtual. It's bevtual. All right? So this is pure sophistry or idiocy. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say that you're not a sophist. You're just an idiot. You're a delusional maniac. Sophistry requires some skill. You don't have that skill.
Okay,
you're
Peter,
just
calm
a
down.
delusional maniac.
Are you done, Peter?
Yes.
Yo, anyone? This guy sounds like Borat, no?
Jak się masz?
Yeah, my man.
Sounds like Kermit the Frog to me.
Dzień dobry.
Jak się masz?
Hey, Heretic, did you hear the news?
Good.
If you don't like the rules of reality, you could just change them.
And then just blame them on Bev.
There you go.
Yeah, I caught that.
Yeah,
the shortest distance is a chord. Whatever you want to say, however you want to cope, however you want to spaz about it, it would be a chord. Cope.
Can an electron travel through that chord on a hollow sphere?
That's pretty irrelevant to what the shortest actual distance is. So,
but we're talking about nature, so it's very relevant because we're talking about nature.
Yeah, we're just talking about what the actual distance is. So
no,
the actual shortest distance. Yeah, that's what he was telling you over and over. That's what I heard. The shortest actual distance is going to be a chord. That's completely correct. That's a straight line. So carry on the cope, I guess.
He changed the parameters of the example to a different example.
No, you were just trying to restrict it to certain parameters so that you could redefine the meaning of straight. Everybody heard it, and it didn't work.
Were you here where the example was given with the sphere and the electron?
No, well, I was here. I heard the tail end of that. It was pretty stupid.
Like us to restate the example? It's stupid. It's observed in nature.
Yeah, you're trying to restrict the parameters to something where you can change the definition of straight.
Something that we observe in nature.
No, the shortest distance is going to be a chord, period. You don't have to restrict it to this or that you observe in nature.
Can I ask you a question about nature?
What about...
No.
Yeah, all right. Leave it alone. Let me have a chat to the guys here. What about if you could prove in reality that the shortest distance between 2 points was a straight line, or rather that the straight line lies wholly within the plane? What about if you could prove that in reality? Because that's a geometric proof that the straight line lies within the plane. based upon these axiomatic logical reasonings. But what if you could actually prove that in reality? Then that would be proving like the straight line, showing the link between the geometric understanding and reality. What about if you could prove that? Because then you could measure elevation changes from that. Like that's something else you could also prove within reality. I think that's what Peter's got in his mind that's so troubling for him. That link between this geometric reasoning about the shortest distance between 2 points and reality, and how to relate that mathematical reasoning to reality and how we live.
Okay, fair enough. So if in reality, in nature, if I have a sphere with an electric charge like Manufactorum described, and I would like to predict, knowing the laws of electrostatics, that it will seek the shortest distance to equalize the potential, would I consider the case in which it's going through the middle of the sphere following the chord, or would I consider a case where it remains on the surface, thus following an arc? Which one would be the case in nature, Bev? Which one would be useful to me to model the behavior of nature?
Well, you'd
obviously
obviously need the diameter of the sphere, wouldn't you, to be able to calculate whatever you wanted is. So you'd know what the shortest distance is between the points.
Oh, okay. What would the distance be in nature for
the
that
diameter
example?
that you would need to know the diameter. So you would still need to know the shortest distance between those 2 points.
Let's assume I don't know it yet. Should I assume it's going to follow an arc or a chord? What would be a good starting guess if I were to model that situation in nature, to assume that it's going to follow an arc on the surface of that hollow sphere, or is it going to go through the middle of it following a chord? What would be a good first kind of intuition that I should?
Hollow sphere now, have you?
It was a hollow sphere. He told you it's a hollow sphere.
Do you think that would alter the shortest distance between those 2 points being a straight line?
Well, I believe so, yeah. I believe the electron would travel on the surface of the metallic surface of that sphere, yeah.
A longer path. But it wouldn't falsify
that's what
the
we see in
shortest
nature.
distance between 2 points being a straight line, would it?
No, not in geometry. We're just asking.
Why are you considering it then?
Because
what are you trying to justify to yourself? That a non sequitur is something that you can imagine gives you an ability to falsify a shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line.
No, we don't imagine this. This is what we observe in nature, that electrons travel that way in that particular situation. And we're sticking to your requirement here and Mr. Heretics to talk about reality, not conceptual geometrical things, but reality. So when we have a hollow sphere, metallic, we see current electrons.
This is just pathetic. It does nothing to change the shortest actual distance.
Yeah, and be aware, everyone, right? This will happen to anybody with a dogmatic globe model. So, what's occurring right now, the straight line. It comes down to the fact that certain minds have the ability to axiomate there being no parallel lines, and this is the consequence of it. The straight line can't exist in the mind at a base level of a foundational level of understanding of geometry. It goes to logic. This is what happens to minds when they are troubled with falsifying an axiom, a base axiom. Troubled minds, broken minds. About a straight line.
Yep. You can restrict the path of an atom to whatever you want or an electron to whatever you want. It has no bearing on the definition of straight. I'm sorry.
That's not what we were talking about.
Well, get with it then.
We're okay with that. We know that you can cut through a sphere with a cord. We understand that.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about applications of geometry to nature.
Pi.
Okay. All
Transcendental.
right. In nature, if a frog has to go around a tree to get to his lily pad, does that falsify all of Euclidean geometry?
Nothing falsifies Euclidean geometry. Nothing that
Oh,
we say
beautiful.
or nothing. We have no quarrel with Euclidean geometry. It's fantastic. We love it. Now, when it comes to describing nature under certain circumstances, we need non-Euclidean geometry. That's the whole discussion here. It's very obvious to anyone who has ever studied nature that that's the case. There are certain situations when you need non-Euclidean geometry. You relax certain postulates to describe nature. Not because you're trying to mindfuck, it's because nature requires that.
I'd say that's when you go for epahe. Just kind of.
Oh, that's when you look in closer into the nature of reality. That's what happens.
You gone quiet? Is that my
Oh, yeah, we have. I think we settled it. We reached an agreement, right?
I don't know. I was away. I had to look after the missus. Are you okay? Do you think you'll be fine, Peter? If we leave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna be.
You can cope.
I'm doing something here. I'm good. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, guys. It's been fun. Again, thanks, Peter. Thanks for opening up like that. And
anytime.
Be aware, everyone
anytime,
else,
mate.
if you do have a model, be careful how much you look into it, particularly about geometric reasoning. You may end up like Peter.
Yeah, I hope you'll consider the idea you and I gave you to maybe pivot your YouTube channel to be more focused on geometry and educational,
Proofs
triangles,
reality.
straight lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, just geometry. Stick to geometry.
Yeah, logic.
Leave nature for later.
Geometry,
yeah.
logic,
just geometry.
reality, practical tests.
No. Hell no. No. Nothing to do with empirical. No.
Maybe
no
you've not been around for that long, Peter.
No.
We've been doing that for years already.
I'm talking about you specifically. You don't touch empiricism.
We replicate the ancient history of the Flat Earth Society lie. Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
How many people do you know what Robotham did? How many people do you know that have done what Wallace did?
Just stick to geometry is what I'm proposing on your YouTube channel.
And practical tests, of course, yeah.
No, hell no.
Yeah. Like what? Remember, sitting in a dinghy, doing Robotham. Can you imagine that? Or what about, I don't know what about standing on a bridge, doing a Wallace?
I don't know who Wallace is from the movie Hangover. That's all.
Rumpus. Have you ever heard of Rumpus?
No, I don't know who Rumpus is.
Heard of the Rumpus?
No, Nathan.
He's got a historic test as well. So there's going to be Robotham, Wallace, and the Rumpus.
Those all sound like porn star names. Like Nathan what? You said Nathan Oak? The Hard Oak?
I didn't say Nathan. Did you say Nathan? Nathan's
no,
the one that's going to prove
you keep quoting like male
porn
star names. Oh, okay, good for him.
I'm helping him. The false dichotomy's already been set up, and Bob the science guy and his logic is the
You said it like 5
Nathan
times,
Oakley.
mate, tonight. We heard it. Yeah, 2 guys we've never heard
I'm
of
just putting
said
the
some
link.
stuff.
I'm linking these things together so everyone's aware.
Yeah, but we just don't know who those people are or what their works
Well, just because
are.
you don't know who they are, you've got a really bad memory. It's because you don't know who they are doesn't mean that everybody else who's listening doesn't know who they are.
The only Bob that I know in the context of flat Earth is a Bob who bought a laser gyroscope.
Right.
Is that the same Bob you're quoting who said like...
I think now he goes by the name of Research Flat Moon.
Okay, because the other Bob passed away some time ago. So which Bob? It's a different Bob.
Still alive as far as I know.
Yeah, and this Bob I'm simply not aware of.
He used to call himself Dr. Bob, but I think he lost his doctor's license.
Yeah, but the people you're talking to don't know who that is. Like Manufactorum didn't
Bob
know.
the science guy.
Nobody knows who that is.
Well, I think they
Your old
do.
man.
I think they actually do.
Well, not the people
you're
you're
doing
conversing
a
with.
disservice to Bob the science guy there. I think there would be people who would take offence at that. He's a big name. He drove the shorter than a straight line distance. He put fancy pattern flashing lights on his auto level.
Maybe you should, maybe we should say bye now, Bev.
Maybe you should say sorry to Bob the science guy.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, Bob the science guy.
You don't know who you're messing with, do you?
I have no idea.
I bet you've never even heard of flat earth math.
Who?
Or blue marble science.
No.
See? You're new to this.
Relatively, yeah.
You've never even conceptually heard of blue marble science. You know, the science.
I don't think so.
The science of the blue marble. What about flat earth math? Have you ever heard of that? The mathematics of flat earth?
No. I've also,
think
just
Bob
for
the
context,
science guy, he's the leader of all of these.
Just for context, Bev, the first time I've ever seen a clip of Neil deGrasse Tyson was after I joined the Flat Earth Arena around 4 months ago. Before that, I was aware of Neil deGrasse Tyson as a celebrity, but I've never seen a clip of him. That's how unique
he's that guy
this
that you
Flat
see
Earth
in
Arena
clips
is.
bashing a beach ball.
Yeah, I've no idea. Nobody cares about that shit. Like people who learned physics or anything else, they don't need to know these things.
Well,
They're not relevant
you were
things.
holding a ball the other day. Like, were you not admiring for doing that, getting on stage?
Yeah, I have a ball right
Pointing
here.
at a ball. Yeah.
But I don't know who that is. I couldn't care less. I spent my entire life not knowing who that person is. They're not relevant people in the space of geometry or
that
physics.
You don't care who it is. That's good.
Yeah, because you guys, you keep saying Neil deGrasse Tyson, some Bob the science, to give you an idea of how delusional you are. You live in your own like universe.
You brought him
of
up.
Pseudoscience.
I
brought him up. Yeah, I brought him up. But I'm just telling you that the people you're quoting, some porn stars, Nathan the Oak, Bob the science guy, some robotic guy, they're not relevant people. Nobody cares. Nobody needs to know who they are to understand how nature behaves, or at least deepen their understanding.
Shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. Yeah, nobody needs to be told that, really, do they?
Well, that didn't come from any of those three people, did it?
Argue against it anyway, wouldn't you?
Why would I argue about something that's obvious?
I don't know. I couldn't imagine why you'd want to argue about the shortest distance
That's
between
why I
2
would
points
never.
being a straight line.
Of course it is. On a Euclidean plane, yeah, absolutely.
In reality.
In reality, on the Euclidean plane, or an approximation of it, the shortest distance is approximately an approximate straight line.
Yeah, the actual distance. The actual shortest distance.
The actual distance.
Straight line.
It is an actually approximate concept of a straight line in nature, yeah. On a surface of a sphere, it's a geodesic.
And geodesics in 3D reality, Euclidean space, are actual straight lines. You know, traditional.
Nah, they're not. No, there's no traditional or not traditional. No.
Looks like a bunch of curved lines, some straight lines.
It's hyperbolic.
Yeah, so the concept of a straight line, that's a geodesic. It can be generalized for all sorts of geometries.
No, you can look at that and see that they're curved lines, can't you?
Yeah, you kind of have to imagine what this geometry is. It fucks with my brain,
don't.
But
you can just say, "Oh, that's a fancy pattern." There's no different geometry.
There are different geometries. You know that, right, Bev? Not just Euclidean.
That's not different geometry, though. That's Euclidean.
It's a hyperbolic geometry.
No, that's just some lines drawn.
Okay, I'm reading. In mathematics, hyperbolic geometry is a non-Euclidean geometry. The parallel postulate of Euclidean geometry is replaced with, for any given line R and point P, not on R, in the plane containing both line R and point P, there are at least, I have to click to read more, at least two distinct lines through P that do not intersect R.
That doesn't get rid of parallel lines in reality. Doesn't get rid of the shortest distance between 2 points in reality being a straight line, does it?
You could just read that in a hyperbolic geometry, which is a concept.
Yeah, but we're talking about reality, Peter.
We were talking both about nature and geometry.
We're talking about reality, yes, Peter.
Now I'm talking about geometry, not nature, geometry.
Well, we're talking about in reality, you can relate a geometry to reality. Now, that geometry that you relate to reality is Euclidean geometry, and that's because Euclidean geometry is the only geometry to make it into 3-dimensional reality.
No, that's not true.
Well, obviously.
Nature is more sophisticated than that, unfortunately for you, Bev.
It's not unfortunate for me. Reality is what it is.
It is, because your incredulity comes from the fact that you cannot believe that nature could be more sophisticated than your primitive understanding of it.
I believe that we explain everything to be is explained through Euclidean reasoning. You're talking
yes, and you're wrong because you've never.
That.
Yeah, and you're simply wrong because you've never looked into the sophisticated nature of reality. So you're wrong. That's okay. It's okay to be wrong. I'm wrong
Sophisticated
about many
nature of
things.
reality.
Yeah,
Is that a slip?
yeah,
Freudian slip?
yeah.
Or...
You're just that's a fantastic that everybody makes mistakes, you and I, but your delusion is what I take issue with. Your delusion, your claim of having understood things you never looked into very closely. That's the delusion. That's the hubris in you that I am attacking. Just to be clear.
You're attacking the straight.
I'm attacking your hubris and your delusion. Not the fact that you're not aware of some things, because I'm neither. It's the fact that you claim that you understand reality, but you have spent not 0.5% of the time who many people have spent studying it. So you're delusional. Dunning-Kruger personified.
I start at the beginning, the foundations. Straight line. That's where we're going to start and build our foundations upon our understanding of a straight
roll you up. That's an
line
example.
in reality.
Specimen. You have no idea what you talk about.
Well, let's have a discussion about the straight line then.
We just have for like 3 hours now.
Yeah, you keep going on to a little electron ball, and we're talking about in reality.
This was reality. The electron ball is reality. Is nature. We can make. We could make it for you. See, you have no idea. You have no idea about the relationship between geometry and nature, and which types of geometries are useful in which scenarios. That's what Manufactorum was trying to tell you. He even gave you an example of a hyperbolic geometry, Minkowski's space, used in certain areas of nature to describe it. We don't define how nature behaves. We're only describing how it behaves. And we use the best mathematics and geometries that we have. We even create new ones to be able to describe nature.
Yeah, Minkowski space is on a 2-dimensional XY grid, isn't it?
What?
Minkowski space is described on a 2-dimensional
Space-time has 2 dimensions.
Grid.
No.
Yes, Minkowski space.
No.
Yes. He places all 3 dimensions of reality into one and places that upon the x-axis, is it? And then he
That's
puts
just
time,
to simplify.
time
That's
on
only
the
to...
other one. And it's
Jesus.
just a linear
my God.
progression.
Man, that's only done to simplify the fact
space.
that we cannot draw 4 dimensions. So
yeah,
we
because
take
it's not
spatial
reality.
dimension.
There's only 3 dimensions of reality.
Oh my God.
The only
Did you ever look
geometry
at the
that goes
equation?
into the 3rd dimension is Euclidean geometry. That's why we use
The
Euclidean
delusion.
geometry to describe reality.
Have you ever seen the equation for space-time? How many components does it have? Does it have 2 components
It's in
or 4?
pi, the ratio of pi.
Are you insane?
That's
Why are
in
you
reality,
talking about
isn't
pi?
it?
You're insane, right? You are. You're absolutely delusional. Absolutely delusional.
Does pi change in Minkowski space?
You are delusional.
Or is it a constant in reality?
You are delusional.
Pi can be different in different metrics, and the taxicab metric pi is 4.
I find it ironic that you just told Bev.
Did you say
that
4?
That he's delusional, even though that you just made a claim right before that about how many ways to calculate space time.
Somebody say
That's funny to
4.
me.
He is
delusional. Pi is 4. Pi is 4, he said.
Yeah, he said pi could go to 4. Are you sure you can even conceptualize that? That's a Brenderism. That the only sort of person I've ever heard say that is people like Brenda. Who said that? You've been taught from Brenda.
Scott Preston.
Speak up. Was that Scott? Scott, speak up. Did
Scott.
you say pi was 4? It is recorded.
In taxi cab geometry.
What's funny is you, Bev, you have never, ever, ever spent any significant amount of time trying to study the things you claim to understand. Ever. So that's delusion.
Do you know how much time has been
I
spent?
can tell. I can
Studying
tell.
what?
Because you're using words like you're operating at a level, I literally mean it, of a person who got a Reader's Digest, read about something, and now they claim to be a world expert on the subject.
I don't think I've ever read
This
a Reader's
is
Digest.
You. Yeah, it's a good example.
Do they
Like
still
you've
make
read
that?
Peter,
Cliff's
you're gonna have
Notes.
to start making some arguments that aren't just ad hominem against Bev and actually.
I'm sorry, but with Bev, I can't with Bev.
Oh,
I've been doing this for hours now.
Oh, well then don't talk because we're not interested in your personal commentary, right?
Well, he's engaging with me, and then he's spewing word salad at me. So I'm gonna call him out on that every time he does that.
He's not attacking your personality or your background. So if you can't respond with anything adult, then just put yourself on mute.
Okay, fair enough. So Minkowski space does not have 2 dimensions, Bev. What say you?
Said it can be expressed, and it is expressed in 2 dimensions, an XY graph.
It is not. I'm sorry. No.
Okay.
You just looked at certain simplified diagrams we used to teach kids in high school or
Right, so
first
it
year
does
of
say
college.
that then, right?
No, he doesn't say that then. No. We just have a useful educational aid when we show 2 axes, one is t and the other one is x, just to show movement in one-dimensional motion in one-dimensional space and one time, because we cannot possibly draw 4 dimensions. But every math we do underneath shows x, y, and z and t. Everybody knows it who spent 5 minutes looking into Minkowski and special relativity. You have never looked into it, so respectfully, you are delusional.
Hold on though. Let me ask you something. Well, let's say whoever did wrote about it, studied it, whatever. They come about. They're born. They learn things in the educational system. They read books. They learn from other people. Now, the fact that they wrote something that's based upon somebody else's findings, or maybe it was even their own, in their own observations and understandings, or at least what they thought they understood, does that still make them accurate? Because they're talking about something that is theorized and then mathematically formulated, but never truly like measured or
Talking about
seen
a straight line here.
So
I get your question. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yes, geometries exist in abstractions. Some of them are useful to describe aspects of nature. Some are not. Some are purely mathematical constructs. So in that sense, they are real because they exist in human brains, and humans can reason about them consistently as constructs, as concepts. So all geometries are valid that way if they are mathematically consistent. Okay, good. Then some geometries find application in our attempt to approximately describe the behavior of nature. Okay? And you may agree or disagree if our observations are correct, yada yada. There's no problem disputing that, hey, I don't think this is a proper application of a geometry to nature. Where I find an issue here, and I get carried away sometimes, I recognize that, is that Bev does not understand any of this. He's never studied that, but he claims to be able to rule over that entire domain of mathematics, geometry, and natural sciences.
No, just a
and
simple
this is why I
basic
respectfully say
understanding
he's
of a
delusional.
straight line.
Yeah, he's simply, respectfully, a delusional person. Because only a delusional person would claim to rule over a certain domain that they have never even studied.
Yeah, have a look in the chat. There's a tangent vector. Well, it certainly looks like a Euclidean sphere with a tangent plane, a Euclidean plane on top of it, doesn't it? It doesn't look like it's...
Yeah, that's a very nice picture. Yeah. I like it. What about it? Why did you post it?
That's how you imagine it, right?
That's how I imagine a tangent plane to a sphere, yeah.
Yeah, Euclidean or Minkowski space.
Euclidean.
Both, right? Because it's the same.
There's no time here. Matter of fact, Totum told you there is no time. No, there's no time. So there are only three spatial dimensions.
In practice, one need not be concerned with the tangent spaces. The vector space structure of Minkowski space allows for the conical identification of vectors in tangent spaces at points. So that,
okay,
I mean,
fantastic.
It may look Euclidean, but I mean, it's really Minkowski as well, right? It just they're very
but that's
similar.
not space-time. Yes, this is not the application of Minkowski space to space-time. This is just a generic case. Fantastic, I love it.
That's
no
how
issue.
You can imagine.
What's your point?
It's just reality, right? Shortest distance between 2 points would be a straight line, wouldn't it?
Actually, in space-time, the shortest distance is a straight line, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Between a four-dimensional, in a four-dimensional space-time,
yeah. Just in reality. The shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction is a straight line.
Yes, and this is why. Fantastic, we are in agreement. In special relativity, the shortest distance between 2 points in four-dimensional space-time is a line connecting those points.
A straight line. In reality, it's a straight line.
Yes. Hold on. That's why it's special relativity, where the surface is not curved. In general relativity, however, we have some problems because space-time is now curving, and we use a different geometry.
Yeah, that's
why Einstein.
Bob said about if and only if the Earth's a sphere, then the shortest distance between any 2 points in any direction will be a great circle. But you've just said what's funny? It's a straight line.
You know what's funny, Bev? To your point, when Einstein wrote special relativity, no, but check this out. I want to hear what you have to say about this. When he wrote special relativity in 1905, when he published it, he almost immediately conceptualized general relativity. But it took him 9 or 10 years of studying mathematics and different geometries by Riemann, understanding them, in order to be able to use that mathematical language to describe general relativity. 9 years of intense study of mathematics and geometry it took Einstein. How many years did you spend studying geometry?
Just doing the straight line in reality.
0. The answer is 0.
5 so far now.
5.
Study, yeah.
Yes. Riemann geometry as well?
No, just
Riemannian space.
Practical geometry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But you present yourself to us here when you come here as someone who lords over. Right. So
Peter, I've already told you, address the argument.
I'm addressing the argument. His argument
you're going to attack Bev personally. That's not addressing the argument.
Well, the argument from this person is that he claims to know more than people who spend decades studying geometry.
He didn't say, I know more than you, therefore this is true. He made a specific point. Address the point or shut the fuck up.
Okay, the point was that space-time has 2 dimensions. This is an absurd point. That's me addressing his point. Nobody ever said that, ever. That space-time has 2 dimensions. What else can I say?
Well, if that's you responding to his point, that's all you need to say. You don't need to say, Bev thinks he's this and Bev thinks he's that.
Just this is not my first rodeo.
And then shut the fuck up.
And then he tells me straight line is the shortest distance, which is absurd. How am I supposed to talk to him?
What? How is a straight line? How is the straight line being the shortest distance absurd?
How is this relevant to the conversation? It's not relevant.
he's pointing out. Okay, I think you guys are maybe talking past each other. He's pointing one thing out. You're pointing out another. But I think you're just missing what he's saying. To be honest,
I
I
am
get
not.
what he's saying.
This is not the first time I'm talking to him. He does that all the time. That's why I'm
No,
attacking
I
him
know.
personally. I have
No,
to
no,
call him out.
I've had my tangles with him too, but I'm actually on his side on this one because you're stuck in the math and the studies of all this space time and bending and warping and all these dimensions. You're stuck in that head. You're in that ideology, in that mind, and
So
all
you're
he's
on his
saying is
side
that
this time? You called him a retard the other day.
he is because he gets very weird
But
because
you
he's
agree
weird
with
like that.
him this time.
Well, because I get what he's saying. He's being simple about
So
it.
not
Just
a retard.
okay. So look at
You gonna retract that statement?
No, he's still retarded. Sometimes he is because he sticks to
So
something
sometimes
very very.
sometimes not. Just whenever you deem it necessary.
No. So let me give you an example. He's not. We know that when we say okay, the Earth is flat, we know that there's change of elevation, but he won't say like he won't just agree
It's
to the
like saying
sentiment. Kind
we
of like
know the difference between a straight line and a not straight line, isn't it?
see
Really,
this is why this is why I agree with him because I
fundamentally.
get. Yes, I see. This is why I'm agreeing with Bev because I get what he's saying. Just even when he says the Earth isn't flat, Bev, I agree to that. You're right. There's elevation change. There's topography. There's highs. There's lows. But the sentiment is like but it's not a ball. It's not a curved Earth. And then Bev goes deeper though. So that's what I'm like, dude. You're
Well, say we
retarded,
can
man.
prove
Just
it. That's what we
I
say.
I know. So in on this case,
You
it's the
call us
same thing.
retards.
It's the same thing. What he's doing right now to him now. But I agree with him. Just like I agree with him on the other day, even when he was against me, I agreed with him. Like, dude, I know what you're saying. I get it. But like, so right now, the difference is this guy. He's not telling Bev, "I know what you mean." Like he's not. He's actually arguing with Bev that no, it's different than what Bev is saying. But I would say no. Actually, Bev was right yesterday against me, and right now today too. He's right. The shortest distance is a straight line. But then but the way he takes a position where he won't fall away from that. So for instance, like
Yeah, that's why it's troubling
yeah,
to him because Nathan has said he can measure the Earth flat. And this measurement of a straight line, if you go along with the false dichotomy, you set up for that. You can measure the Earth flat by measuring a straight line.
How would it be troubling? Sorry. How would that be troubling to me if I use the same argument to argue for a globe? It's not troubling, it's music to my ears. What this guy that you quote, that I have no idea who that is, Nathan, said, it's music to my ears. This is how I used to torture you guys with my proof for the globe, right? Before I stopped caring about that.
You have a
So,
proof for the
straight
globe?
line, he doesn't mean measuring a straight line because Nathan doesn't really know what he means anyway. He's just stating it with confidence, hoping somebody will
Sure,
save
but
him.
can I speak to
I'm
Apocryphon?
telling him how
So,
he can save it. He can
yeah, go
save it
ahead.
just by measuring the shortest distance between 2 points.
so Apocryphon,
That's literally how you
you seem
measure the
cool.
Earth flat once you set
I
up a
can't
false
I can't hear
dichotomy.
you. Hold on.
I know you weren't here earlier when we were talking. We didn't introduce anything related to relativity, anything controversial. We just said this. Sure, the shortest distance between 2 points in nature, when the situation approximates a Euclidean plane, is something we could call a straight line approximately. No issue with that. Then we said, in the same nature, there exist circumstances when we have surfaces that are curved. And it's not about the Earth. We didn't talk about the Earth. We gave an example of a hollow metallic sphere,
Okay.
and where there's an electric charge, an electron, that wants to get from point A to B to equalize the potential. Okay?
Okay.
And we know from observing nature that electrons always take the shortest path.
Right. Straight
Then we
line.
said, well, no, this was why we talked about it. Because the electron cannot go through the surface, it cannot follow a straight line, a chord line that Bev was arguing. the electron has to remain on the surface of the hollow sphere. So it
Okay.
will follow an arc between point A and B. Therefore, in nature, there are situations where things move on curved surfaces, and
Right.
these are non-Euclidean, and the equivalent of a
It's
straight
straight
line
but
is a
curved.
geodesic.
It's straight but curved. Okay, I
It's,
get what you're saying. And
yeah, that's all we were saying.
let
And
me give you an example. Okay, you take a basketball and you put a drop of water on the top of it, and it's going to fall down the side of it. It's going to take a straight path, maybe, hopefully, I don't know. It could veer off. There's wind. Who knows? Typically though, they'll just fall straight down like a tear going down your cheek. It's not
yes,
going straight.
yes,
It's not going straight,
you
but it's
get it.
going. Yes, I know. I know. See, that's why I'm saying. I
But
get
that's why
though.
we argue with Bev, because he
I
doesn't
know.
get it.
This is. But again though, I see what Bev is saying. But for some reason, he's going to. This is why I said he was retarded yesterday. Because when he goes against me, I agree with him on both days. I get what he's saying, but he's not. He doesn't bend, or he's not flexible with what you're saying. So like right now,
I
I
know,
get what
and
I
it's
get what you're saying too. Uh,
okay.
uh,
It's
uh,
been 3 hours of this. Can you
uh,
empathize with me that
yeah.
it's been 3 hours of just
Welcome to
trying us
Bev's room.
us trying to agree that on a, and it's a fantastic example you gave with the ball and the water droplet, that on
No, I
a
get it.
surface of a sphere, which is non-Euclidean, the shortest distance between 2 points is an arc. And it's not even, how can
On a
this be
sphere, right?
controversial? Yeah, we're not talking
Yeah,
about
I
the
get it.
Earth.
I
We
get
didn't
it.
even mention the Earth. And this guy will run circles around you saying absurd, and I'm sorry, I have to be honest, absurd things, horizontals, verticals, straight lines. He mixes up a bunch of things. He introduces the number pi
I
out of
know.
nowhere.
I know
And,
how he is.
so somebody has to call him out because he fucks with people's brains. It doesn't even have to do with flat Earth. And I'm now on a crusade. I'm on a crusade for 2 days to call him out every single time I see him on what he does, which is pure sophistry and absolute maniacal delusion. So
Yeah,
there you go. That's the context.
I know, but that's why I said you guys are actually missing each other. He's arguing one thing, 1 point, one position. If you're to agree with him on that, and then say, okay, I agree with
We
you. You're
did.
absolutely right. Yeah,
We
okay,
did.
I know, but you didn't let me finish. If you agree with him on that, but he still won't agree with you in what you're saying, and that's all I'm trying to say. So that's why yesterday when I'm like, dude, you're retarded, because I agree with him, but he won't agree with what I'm saying because he's not getting it. But he's not wrong in his position, but he's wrong because he's not seeing what we're trying to like explain to him. That's why I said I agree with him both times, yesterday and today. But I also agree with you. You're right. I get it. I get it. It's just a
Okay,
matter of
thanks. Let me
understanding.
add one thing. What he does, and I think that he does that consciously, which is upsetting. When you give him a situation like the one you gave, a ball with a droplet, and you say, how would you explain the distance between A and B? What is it? He will essentially tell you that the droplet has to go through the ball. He will say straight line, a chord line is the shortest distance. He consciously refuses to engage with the example, where the example clearly said it must stay on the surface. Let's talk about the geometry of that surface. He refuses to do that and manipulates the audience to think that he is somehow coming out on top because he knows that the shortest distance is a straight line. And this is insulting to anyone who has, more than 4 brain cells to be treated this way. But people who are naive and they never thought about this geometry, they fall for these tricks.
Yeah.
So
No,
he is lobotomizing their brains.
look at. But I will say this though that that all stands true in a world where we can measure it, we can see it. Like for instance, we can see a basketball, we can see water going around it, blah blah blah. But I think with what my argument would be with someone that they take that logic and understanding and then apply it to a spherical earth that hasn't been measured the same way in the way that we could measure a basketball. We could assume that it's been measured. We have a lot of stories. We grew up believing that it's a ball, and we believe the fake photos from NASA when we were brainwashed and indoctrinated. But never though. If you go out right now today and go look at it, measure it, we set up 29-mile distance laser shots, and you can see cities 60 miles away. Totally destroys a 25,000 circumference ball Earth, but it's really like it's frustrating that someone would say, well, because water goes over a ball and curves, then we know that the Earth is curved. It's just a false equivalence. That's all I want to say. But
yes, but it's worse than that. How can I debate with someone? And I tried this. I spent numerous hours with Jerry here, who's like a minion of Bev, and Bev. How can I
Jerry's a
debate?
good guy.
How can? Yeah, I know. I like him. That's why I don't like Bev, because Bev lobotomized Jerry. Look, how can I debate the shape of the Earth if my claim is globe, and let's say theirs is or somebody else's is flat? If I first have not established an agreement with that person regarding pure geometry of spheres. Why would I even attempt to argue for spherical triangles, measurements on Earth that I believe support globe? But I can't argue that with a person who denies that a spherical triangle is even a concept that exists in nature on balls. Right? And literally, I spent hours in the past and I got banned from this VC for talking about spherical triangles as a concept. I was called names. I was told I'm a sophist. I was told that I'm making shit up. Whereas you just described a spherical triangle by describing a geodesic, and all we need to do is connect three of those on that ball with three droplets, and we have a spherical triangle. So you see my point?
I think that's kind of that's what's the word I'm looking for? That doesn't what oxymoron? A spherical triangle? No, maybe that's not the right word. But a triangle, by definition, there's no it's 180 degrees regardless. Like no matter how you want to
plane.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. So when whoever created that spherical triangle word, I just really wish they would have called it like I don't know, half fan.
I'm ahead of you. I called it previously. I called it Jerry because Jerry wouldn't give me a better name. I did every time I said spherical triangle, Jerry would freak out, and I stopped saying that. And I said, "What should I call it?" He had no ideas, so I said, "Let's call it Jerry." Just to.
I think I freaked out.
Yeah, you did. Every time I said spherical triangle, you freaked out for like 30 minutes. We couldn't move on with the
And
conversation.
I really wish they did change it because it's
That's why I call it Jerry.
Breaks the law
Jerry,
of
Jerry
identity.
sounds good to me.
Breaks the law of identity.
Yeah, let's just call it a Jerry. That's fine. Jerry, you okay with that?
But I was even told he was okay. He liked it back then. I was even told that this I'm making up, the Jerrys don't exist in nature. And here I am holding a ball, picking 3 points, connecting them with arcs, and I'm looking at a Jerry. And what I would propose is that if we observe Jerrys when we measure the surface of the Earth, that is evidence for globe. If we do not observe Jerry's, but we observe regular triangles, then it's evidence for Earth's flatness.
Really?
But I can't even have that conversation on a
Okay.
regular basis because people deny me the existence of Jerry's.
Yeah,
And
but
Bev
like,
contributes to
isn't
that.
Jerry like? I swear that's something to do with Rick and Morty.
I'll tell you what. I like what you just said because we have done that, and because we've done that, this is why we know it's not the ball that we were told it was. Because when you take those 3 points, okay, that you don't get this what they call spherical axis. That whole shit is one big pile of shit, bro. Like that whole we have access and no, what they're literally doing. You can look into it. What they literally do.
Who is they?
The people that go do this and have wrote these and go say this is what they have found. They are literally taking what it should be on a ball with that certain circumference with a certain radius, with the mathematical position that they are like, there's a bias to begin with because they're saying, okay, if it's the ball that we believe it's on, and we take these 3 points, then we're supposed to be here, here, and here. Those are the 3 points making up the Jerry that you want to call it. Okay, So what happens is when they take those observations, they are off from that axis. So what they do is they then, because they're off, they then just squeeze it in there and say, "Oh, there's access because
What evidence do you have of people like doing that?
they literally written books on this, and they say that."
What do you mean? Who wrote the book? Give me a name. Give me a book.
Oh, hold on. Let me pull it up for you. Matter of fact, let me go to McToon's
No, you're not
webpage.
pulling it up for me. You're pulling it up to prove your point.
So let me just tell you that because I don't know. Go to my phone. So McToon posted that book or the I don't know if it's a surveyors whatever their findings. I think that it is a book though. He put it on his webpage and it has all these measurements that were done for geodetic surveyors and which they're claiming that there is spherical axis. But the reality is that they're using the instruments to measure things way too far outside
Wait,
the.
hold on. You're trying to tell me that shit that MC Toon posted proves that the Earth is flat.
It proves that they are using their equipment incorrectly and then fudging
Right? How does it
what they're doing.
prove that?
Okay, because
spherical axis.
yeah, it's called spherical axis. That's a bunch of
Right, but you're
bullshit.
talking circles now because you started saying that spherical axis is the reason why his shit was wrong, and I asked why it's wrong, and then you said it's because
it's on
of
McToon's website.
You're talking in fucking circles, bro.
What are you talking about,
Like,
Branch?
okay, basically, tell me the absolute core reason why the shit that MC Toon posted
on his website. It's because it's on his website.
Bev, I wasn't talking to you, Bev. What's up, Bev, by the way? Long time no fucking talk. Nice to.
Yeah, here we meet.
This is
again.
Branch, by the way. What's up, Bev? This is Branch.
Yeah.
Anyways,
You lost your train of
give
thought.
me one essence of proof that shows that the shit that MC Toons posted proves a flat Earth.
Because it's on his website.
What are you thinking about putting?
Got it. Because it's on his website.
Okay. Okay. Once again, you asked a question saying,
Give me some actual proof. Don't.
Okay. No, but hold on. I want you to think about what you just asked me. You asked me, how does that paper that McToon posted prove flat Earth?
No,
That's
I
not.
said, how does his data
Yeah.
prove flat Earth?
Right. The paper has data. So that, yeah,
Right.
I'm following you. I never said that his paper proved flat Earth. What I said is that the spherical axis, the way they do that, it is total bullshit because what they are doing is they are taking their measurements and then they just kind of like a wedge in a gap because there's this discrepancy.
A wedge in the gap.
Yes, okay.
Is that the scientific terminology?
Branch, if you could just listen, that'll help. So
we did it better as equipotential angle of adjustment.
Yeah, use bigger words, bro. Not edge and gap.
Well, here's the thing, Branch. Here's the thing. I don't care if I'm speaking to the lame or speaking to the high echelon of people who understand and have a vast vocabulary.
You're using big words.
So, but hold on though. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, the simplest way you can say it is that a straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. I mean, that's the simplest way to say anything, really. You could also say that the horizon is horizontal. That'd be another one. People would all understand.
There we go again.
Saying that a line is straight.
My favorite is the shorter than a horizontal
straight
distance.
Yeah.
Bev, saying the line is
that's my
straight
favorite.
is easily provable, right? Line's always straight.
Yeah, no dogmatic globes easily provable too.
Exactly, but like to say that fucking his data's completely wrong means you must have done some type of analysis on the data.
Yeah, as easy as it is to prove an axiom,
if you could let me
how
finish,
easy it
maybe,
is to prove
maybe
the
not. Maybe
dogmatic
not today.
globe. Same thing.
Maybe another day. I don't know.
I'm just saying, he posted the data along with his
I was trying to explain to you, but you keep opening your mouth. How about you just shut up? Let me finish. You veered off. You veered off. You veered off.
Have you met Branch before?
No, of course I know Branch. You veered off, Branch, and started talking about the words I'm using.
Alright, stop gallivanting around the point and just tell me why his
So
data
shut the
is wrong.
fuck up. So shut the fuck up. How about
Tell me
that?
why his data is wrong. That's all I want to know.
Okay. The reason why it's wrong is because what they do is they take measurements, but they're getting these because they're measuring so far away, it's going to be optically off in their positions. In their positions, okay. So what that represents
far?
Holy fuck! You know what? I'm gonna talk to other people besides Bev and Brad today because both you guys are fucktards. Okay, I'll shut up. Go ahead. Someone else talk.
Bev's
I'm
a
done.
very
I'm done.
smart
I'm
guy.
done. I'm done. I'm
I've
done.
had
No,
I've had
he's so smart. He doesn't know
multiple
when to,
conversations
he's
with
so
Bev.
smart. He doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. Got it.
I've had
I
multiple
think
conversations
Bev
with
has been
Bev
very clear that the
regarding
shortest distance between 2
horizontal
points is a straight
and
line.
vertical. And I've got to say, Bev's a
You
very
guys
smart
have
person.
go jack each other off, bro. I'm out of this conversation. I'm gonna shut up. I'll talk to someone else when it's time for me to talk. You two are fucking retarded, bro. Don't know how to shut the fuck up. You still didn't let me finish my point, by the way, but it doesn't matter. Those who get it. Fuck off.
Thank you very much.
Profound.
So I'd like to point out that there's latency. Everybody's kind of talking over each other, so nobody else can hear what any of y'all are saying. Just to let you know.
Yeah.
Sounds like chaos.
I'm saying that as easily it is to prove an axiom, that's how easy it is to prove the dogmatic globe. It's the same thing. There's no difference. And it just starts, really, with the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. And the discussion that leads from that. I mean, it may sound fundamental, but you wait till you get into it. We call it advanced simplicity, and you can't get much more simpler than a shortest distance between 2 points, can you? Yeah, sophists are going to tell you that, minds are destroyed. Well, they might just be. They might already be destroyed. Nobody really wants to cause harm to anyone. Especially not with a straight line.
Well, I hope all is well with everybody, and everybody has a good morning. Or afternoon, I guess, depending on where you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say, Petey, there's no need for you to be as attacking as you are to people.
Not so much to people, but I am to you.
Yeah, you should attack the idea, not the person. That's what I would say.
But I agree. And my entire beef with you, Bev, is that you do not present any ideas that could be attacked.
What? Have I not said
Exactly.
about the straight line lying within
No.
a plane?
This is nothing.
Therefore
It's
being a
like me
straight line
saying,
on a horizontal plane. Is
no.
that not
How would you feel if we were
something you
discussing
would feel
something?
to attack?
Bev, can I explain to you?
Go on. You have the floor.
Let's say we were debating some topic, I don't know, gravity or something like that. And every now and then I would say, water is wet. Water is wet, Bev. Are you denying that water is wet? Would that not piss you off? Because it'd be a nonsensical thing for me to say. So when we are discussing, for example, a surface of a sphere, which is an important thing to agree on to debate the shape of the Earth, And you keep saying the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
You just slip that in there. What are we debating? You'd have to have an argument.
Yeah, no, in the future, Bev,
yeah, but you're imagining yourself with an argument that you don't have.
I don't have an argument. Whatever the reason why I'm attacking you.
I can't come there with you, Peter.
Yeah, but
the
Bev,
reason why I am
he was saying
you,
water's wet. That's he's got the predication wrong.
Yeah.
You make absurd statements that are not relevant or pertinent to a conversation.
You made a ridiculous
It was an
statement.
example.
Water is
Maybe
wet.
it was a bad example.
That's
I
the wrong
apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize. Bad example.
You guys
Poor
gonna kiss
example.
and make up now?
Yeah, we are. So, Bev, the reason why I attack you is because you have a track record of saying things that are absurd in the context, in a context of a conversation. You say things that are simply absurd, and I think you do that on purpose to mess with people's brains.
What do you think?
Some of us don't fall for that. To say that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
That's not absurd.
No, on its own, it is not. But in the context of a conversation, it's clearly absurd.
Why?
Apocryphon just gave you an example of a ball.
Why is stating something that is not absurd? How do you make that absurd? Please explain.
For example, I will. For example, let's say you're talking to a person named Apocryphon, and he told you about a ball and a droplet of water tracing a path down the surface of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And he then asks you, what would you call that shortest distance between the top and the bottom of the ball? And instead of answering that question, you have a track record of saying, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That is absurd to say.
No, it's not absurd.
You see,
it's like
it is
that's a statement
on its
of
own.
fact.
Yeah, it is a statement of a different fact than the situation being discussed. And that's what makes it absurd. It's like if we're talking about this and I suddenly say cars have wheels. Yes, cars have wheels, but it's not applicable. It's not pertinent to this conversation.
Let's say you have a sphere here and you have an Elon Musk level boring machine and you drill through this sphere. Is the shortest distance between the 2 points still a straight line? Yes.
Yes. But that's not what we're talking about. And that's why this example is absurd. Yeah, I know. But that's what makes it absurd, right? It's not applicable to this situation. But Bev refuses to engage in any conversations. He just repeats from the same booklet of trivial statements, such as straight line connects 2 points, horizontals are parallel. And I'm calling him out on him. I cannot have a conversation with him. I cannot have a conversation because you are the person who's not having the conversation.
Okay. But this is really a bunch of, it's kind of like ad hom in a way because it's all to the person, which is non sequitur to the ground itself.
Yes,
just trying to say that I'm pointing out both of you guys in general because this conversation could have been like I think handled in a personal like one-on-one combo, but now it's like let's air some dirty laundry.
No, he wants. This is his safe space. This is where he wants to have the conversation. He doesn't want to have it private.
My safe space. I told you, Bev, 2 days ago.
He wants this
I started a crusade, a personal crusade against you. Everywhere I see you, when you spew the same bullshit that you always do, I will call you out on it every single time.
Yeah, there you go.
If you want to have a real conversation,
he wants
I won't do it.
Show everyone what happens.
Every time.
Did you say that you had a proof before?
Every time you do this,
Peter,
Bev, and this is you always do it. And every time you do this, I will call you out on it.
Peter, did you say you had a proof before?
Yeah.
Or was it a slip up? Yes?
Yeah.
Oh. All right, let's hear it.
There are many proofs in mathematics and geometry.
Well, specifically, you said a globe proof.
No, I do not.
Oh, okay. Must have been a slip of the tongue then.
Yeah, completely.
If I said so, then it was.
Faith-based, isn't it? It's like religifying a globe.
No, natural sciences are evidence.
Zero proof, 100% faith.
No, I'm just using the word proof in a very strict meaning. And in that strict meaning, in natural sciences, there is no proof.
Entirely faith-based.
No, evidence-based, empirical evidence-based.
You don't even have a proof that there's no proof. You can't have a proof that there's no proof. Puts you in quite a predicament stating that there's no
Well,
proof.
we just have a track record of failing in natural sciences, so we know that everything we have in natural sciences are approximations of nature. Nature always finds a way to surprise us.
Because you what? Because your mates fail.
Definitely.
You know that you're going to fail at some point too.
Every single scientist has failed many times in his attempts to describe
to find
nature.
a proof for the globe, or just like proofs in reality. Because I don't know.
Yeah, even the ones that dealt with the globe made different estimations of different dimensions that were not.
No proof of the globe.
Good.
That's how we know it's entirely faith-based. It's dogmatic.
Do you have a proof for the existence of an electron?
I have a proof of the dogmatic globe.
Do you have proof for the existence of electric charge?
I have a proof for the dogmatic globe. Yes.
Do you have proof for the existence of electric charge?
No, but I do have a proof of the dogmatic globe.
Okay. I'm happy to stop anytime you are.
This is proof of the globe right here, but I'm streaming.
Welcome to the chat, Brandon Worrell.
What up?
Haven't seen you in a little while. I hope all is well with you and yours, man.
Yeah, everything's good. How are you doing, man?
What do you got there, Brandon? In your stream?
So it's a blink test from Florida, Tampa Bay, Florida.
All right. What's the point?
You took a picture from far away, and the bottoms of the buildings are obstructed. But then he went closer, and then you could see the bottoms of the buildings. Water is blocking the bottoms of those buildings.
Okay. And this, for you, is a proof of what?
Yeah, it's a globe. Because, yeah.
This globe.
Yeah, this is a globe. Yes.
Has to be.
Oh, that's you who I was talking to. I just take away that it has to be Paul.
Right.
It doesn't have to be.
I agree. It has to be.
It doesn't have to be.
Dogmatic, it has to be, yes.
Right.
No, it doesn't have to be. It just is.
Can you think of any type of optical phenomenon that can do that?
They can do this in my stream? No.
So, if it's not optical, is it geometric?
I mean, you just see it. It's right there. It's visual.
So it is optics, right?
Yeah, you see what's going on, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Brandon, have you ever been to Vegas?
Yeah, I've been to Vegas.
Did you fly in or did you drive in?
I've done both, and when I drive in, I can see the tallest building in Vegas appear from the top down.
Uh-huh. So, but that's when you're driving into town, right? That's when you start seeing the object slowly get bigger. So there's a point in Vegas along the along the 40. Don't know which direction you're traveling to get to Vegas, but if you're along the 40 coming from the west traveling east, there's a stretch of road that's like horizontally, like there's a very, very small change for quite a few miles of elevation. So we can consider that a pretty flat road. And depending on the time of day you go, um, during the like, let's say if you're at the high noon, it gets really, really hot, and about 300 yards away, a car will start to disappear into the like it's an optical phenomenon. But like if you're on the side of the road and like about 300 to 400 yards away, a car will start to disappear behind the haze. And but though that road for at least 4 miles, maybe 3 to 4 miles, is horizontally straight, but it will look like the car is maybe going behind a curve in your logic. But we do know though that it's an optical phenomenon. So what you're showing with the building, and you're saying that the water's blocking it because it's behind a curve, it's just an optical phenomenon, Brandon. And because on a different day, that water won't be blocking the building in the same manner, just like on a different day, that haze won't block the cars and the trucks, and they won't disappear in such a short distance. Eventually, they'll disappear when they're way, way, way down the road, and they're going to get into that. They're going to disappear into the horizon. That's just the way it works. But I think what you're presenting here and what you're live streaming, you're really misrepresenting the argument. But it's okay though. It's all about learning and teaching you. So hopefully
Well, with your example, yeah, it's a mirage, and you can tell it's a mirage. It's not like it's a mirage. It's not. You can tell it's a mirage. With this, what I'm presenting right here, it is clearly not a mirage. So, yeah,
no,
Well,
I'm
it's
not.
definitely geometric, then, is what you're saying,
it's
right?
clearly not a mirage or any refraction tricks or anything, because it's a pretty clear day. It looks like.
Yeah, no, yeah, but it's not.
Right, so it's definitely geometric. Right.
You're
So
gonna.
something's going on with that water. It's either humping up or there's a drop. I mean, if it's not optics, then right.
It is a hump. Yeah.
So it's a hump then. All right.
What are you gonna say? Well, you're not able to go. Actually, if you go closer, it's not like you would visual. I don't
No,
know.
I
Tell me
just
what
heard
I'm
that it was
saying.
supposed to drop. I heard that it's supposed to drop from your position, but
Yeah, there is a drop. The horizon is the start of the curve. Yeah.
you said there's a hump, though. You just said that.
Well, yeah, it's a hump, but not in the
Okay.
way you're thinking. I'm pretty sure you're not.
It's always not that, right?
Drop
Not that
hump.
hump.
What
Yeah.
you're thinking? It's like a mountain of what? A mountain that you can climb up, or what?
Well, if it's not optics, I mean, what is going on there? Is there a hump or is there a drop?
You can have a curve on a horizontal object. No, right?
Curved horizontal object. Is that what you said?
Oh, hold on. I got a perfect example. I'm going to turn on my cam. Oh, I can't. Damn. I can't turn on my cam, but.
It's an optical phenomenon, Brandon.
Hold on. I'll make a short video here. Hold on.
The way it's definitely not a geometric hump that you think you're showing there. I don't know why Glovers use that. It's almost insulting at this point. They've been told over and over again.
A measured vertical, a vertical change in the distance, and whether that's a positive or a negative vertical change, and they still haven't worked out.
Yeah.
How elevation changes are measured. So weird.
But just because they can't have a straight line.
Well, they
Hold on,
can't even
yes.
decide on the straight line. It's very confusing.
Oh my goodness! Tell me this is not happening again.
You have to have a reference, dude. Yeah, you have to have a reference. You have to have a starting point. It's the advanced simplicity. You have to have a reference. Like, is your curved line your reference?
Okay, how about I give you guys an example?
Is that a horizontal line right there on that object? I'm using a weed grinder as a reference. Is that a horizontal line right there?
Which
So
line?
are you talking to me?
Well, anyone. Is that a horizontal line on that object? Let's just see it.
If they're parallel to the plane of the horizon, then they're horizontal. Yeah.
What is that horizontal right there? Just
What line are you talking about?
the line at the top of that object. Is that horizontal? On that weed grinder.
Optically, it looks like the ends are shaved down on the green. It's kind of looks like a slant, so that wouldn't be a horizontal line.
It's not straight across, is what you're saying, really?
Right, because by definition, a horizontal line has no change or slope. It's just a straight line.
Okay, let's take the middle. Let's take the middle. Let's take the middle of that. Take off the green and the pink. Just look at the.
Yeah,
Step away from the microphone a bit, if you can.
Just look at the gold color thing. Take away the both on ends. Is that horizontal then?
Put some water on it. See what happens. If the water flows off, it's definitely not horizontal.
Here, I'll tell you what. So there's a reflection in there that looks horizontal, but from between the green and the red bands, I would say that looks horizontal optically. Yes, it looks horizontal.
That's a curved object. There we go.
That's a reflection, right?
On a curve.
Yeah. What's the reflection in it? Whatever is in that reflection, that looks horizontal.
Yeah. Well, that's horizontal on a curve. So.
Yeah, that's not a curve because it looks. I mean, optically, it looks. I could be
on
wrong.
a curved surface. The reflection is horizontal, and the reflection is on a curved object.
Yeah, you could have a horizontal line optically. It looks horizontal, but it might not necessarily be one.
So horizontal is not necessarily horizontal.
No. Optically, you can make. This is a problem with Glovers. When you're dealing with optics, a lot of weird shit can happen. All right, you can make arrows going backwards if you look through it through a glass of water. It's weird. Optically, a lot of things look weird, right? Like I'll post a photo. I'll post a photo in chat.
Nothing like that is going on here.
No, I know. So I'm saying that optically, that does look like the reflection, whatever's reflecting in your round thing you have, it does look horizontal.
But there isn't any water or great distance. It's actually right up to the camera. So yeah, that's a good example.
But what's your point though?
It's horizontal on a curved surface.
On a curved surface, there's horizontal as a reflection, yes. But if you were to take
the top of that object,
you could draw.
There was also a horizontal line.
You could draw again. You can draw from perspective. You can draw if you look at it. Do you have a basketball? You know how basketballs have black lines. Have you seen that? And because there's sometimes if you're looking at a basketball, you'll just see a look like a straight line going across from your perspective if you're standing in the right place.
You're getting him to visualize it as well.
But it's really curved. Yeah.
Well done.
It can look like a straight line, but it's really curved. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that optically. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Optically. That is accurate. You get what I'm saying?
But you see, yeah. I know what you're saying, but you haven't debunked my example.
Which straight line are you referring to exactly?
Well, he was referring to the reflection, and that's a good one. But the top of the
top isn't
grinder
horizontal.
itself,
No,
if you
that's not
take away
horizontal.
the green part and the other part on the
Then
ends,
yeah,
that
it'd be
would be
horizontal. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, but then if you take off those two sides, then it's just it's like a ring. What is that? Like a ring? Looks like a ring.
Yep. What is it? It's a grinder. It's a grinder for weed. Yeah, it would be a horizontal line on a curved surface.
Oh, a weed grinder. Got it.
Weed
Yeah,
grinder, yeah.
yeah. Again, though, that's not proving what we're talking about, though. I mean, you're right. I get what you're saying, but in the context of what we're talking about, that's not what
Well,
we're saying.
it proves that you can have a horizontal line on a curved surface.
You mean
That's
like a
all I'm
tangent?
saying.
No. Okay. Again, I get what you're saying, but it's in perspective. So, like, if you were okay, now turn it sideways. Now turn it sideways. Turn the thing towards me, where I can see a round circle. Turn it
I'm sorry,
sideways.
this isn't live. I have this isn't live. It's just a video. I wish I could turn on my camera, but I can't.
Oh, okay. So
It won't let me.
if you were to turn that to where now we're seeing the bottom of the can, we would not see a horizontal, and that's the problem. See, a tube, something circular, and that's different than a sphere, because on a sphere there's no horizontals, and I think that's maybe what you should try to grasp or understand. Now on your little weed grinder, yes, if you were through perspective, if you were to turn it sideways and look at it, yeah, the top of the can, the bottom of the can or grinder, horizontal, but then once you flip it towards us to where we see the bottom of it or the top of it, we're going to see a round circle, and there's no horizontal lines on the top or bottom. You get what I'm saying? I hope you understand what I'm saying.
But we have a horizon. And the horizon is horizontal, and
Well, hold on. Do you understand what I said, though?
I'm not exactly sure what you're getting at.
Okay, here, let me say it one more time, because sometimes, I get it. It's difficult. Here's what I'm saying. Your weed grinder, okay, the way you held it up in that video, we can see the top of it and the bottom of it are to be horizontal lines, correct? Because our perspective. Okay, now, if you were to have turned it to where we're seeing the bottom of the grinder or the top of the grinder, or now we're looking at a circle, because obviously it's a round can, right? Or a round grinder. Now, once you change the perspective, there's no longer any horizontal lines because you've taken that perspective away. Now, that's a round can, right? With the thickness, okay? That's not the same thing as a sphere. On a sphere, there are no horizontal lines on its surface. That's not the way a sphere works. You get what I'm saying? I hope you understand. I don't know. Maybe you don't get it.
Is this
A
what you were
cylinder is
looking
not a
for?
sphere. I agree.
Is this what you wanted me to do with it? Put it like this?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me look at it. Watch. No. No. Turn it. Okay. Show us just the green. I don't want to see the red. Or show us just the red. I don't want to see the green. So
Yeah.
you want to.
Oh.
You get what I'm
Okay.
saying?
But
The
that's not
bottom
how
or
we
the
see
top?
the Earth, though. That's not our
There's no
experience.
No.
mountains on a sphere either.
We don't experience that.
No. Hold on.
Wow.
Hold on. Just show us.
Hold on. I know what you want me to do. I'll make another video.
Yeah. And what I'm trying to get at is the way you're holding it in that perspective. You're going to see the horizontal lines because you're seeing the sides of the can that are round, but in perspective, they are straight lines on the sides. I get it because it's a can. They make it that way. It's a round with a round, and then it's they make it all. That's just the way they build them. Now, if you change it to where you're looking at the bottom or the top of that, you're only going to see a circle, and then there's no longer any horizontal lines. But here's the thing, though. On a sphere, no matter how you position it, you're never going to see horizontal lines. And because we see horizontal lines all around us as we observe our reality, thus that means it's not a sphere. Can't be a sphere.
That's what you wanted me to do.
There you go. There you go. See how there's no horizontal lines anymore? Because now we're just seeing a round shape, a circle. We're seeing a
But
circle.
we don't see our world like that. That's not how we experience.
No, you're absolutely right. We don't see it like that because
it's not like that.
Yeah, because now here's the thing. If you were to go up, way up into the sky, right? And let's say you had like a huge light, okay? And you shined it, like naturally light makes a circle of itself. Like it'll make us, like I guess you could call it a circle of light. Okay. And that's the way light would naturally usually work, unless you put like a shape on it, on its lens or something. But technically, if you take like a lamp, right, and you put it on your floor, you're gonna see a circle of light, right? That's the way we see when the sun's above us and it's create that circle light. So it gives us a circle all around us because that's the way light works. Do you understand that? You get what I'm saying?
I think I know what you're saying, but it just
Okay. Yeah. So if you could do it yourself, if you take a lamp and then shine it, just hold it up in your bedroom. You're gonna see on the carpet or floor or whatever type of flooring you have, you're gonna see a circle because that's the way light will admit itself onto the floor. Right there, you go, Amish. He posted it. So when we are way up in the sky and we see a curve, right? Oh, check it out! Look at it's curving around us. No, that's just what is being lit up, and that's all that you're seeing is only what's lit up, as far as we can see. This is why people think that they see a curved Earth, but they're not grasping that it's not that you're seeing a curved Earth. You're seeing the circle of light, of which is being casted down from the light above us, the greater light, as God said it to be. So if you have a great light above us and it creates this curving effect onto the ground, this is why we see a round horizon, quote unquote. But it's not a round horizon.
The horizon's horizontal though.
It's a round horizon?
No. This is why
That's what you said. You said the round horizon.
Look.
I think it's
I know,
time
but
I'm.
hold on. You missed.
Hold
on.
I'll see you later.
Okay, see you later. Look at home. Here at home, when I said horizon, I literally did air quotes. But you.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long stretch of water. This water is straight and level and does not flow.
Advanced simplicity takes hold. You find the truth from things of old.
So let me give you a hypothetical. I want you to imagine a 6-mile long straight stretch of water. At each end of this straight stretch of water is a bridge. Point A, so you've got 2 bridges. Point B. This water is straight and level and does not flow. At each end of this water is a bridge. Point A, point B. At each bridge, there is a plumb bob hanging down to the water.
We are on find peace within.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
Now, on these vertical strings, can you imagine an even altitude? A point at an equal height above the surface of the water below.
Advanced simplicity takes hold.
An even altitude.
You find the truth from things of old.
And on these vertical strings, can you imagine 2 points? So let me give you a hypothetical. Can you imagine point A and even altitude at these points and point B? And on these vertical strings, we can establish a perpendicular and even altitude and call one point A and the other point B. 2 points. Point A, point B, even altitude.
We are on the road.
2 points.
Suspending judgment until the truth is known.
Point A.
You will find peace within.
Point B.
In the midst of all these troubled souls.
The point at an equal height above the surface of the water below. Point A, point B. Point A, even altitude. Point B.
There's no end game in mind.
Is the shortest distance between those 2 points?
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
We know the shortest distance.
And there's no end game in mind.
Between 2 points is a straight line.
It's only the truth that we seek to find.
Now, here's the question I'm asking myself. How can the distance between these 2 points be anything other than horizontal? Horizontal. Horizontal.
Everyone must see it for
Horizontal.
themselves. The truth
2
is
points.
there for you to find.
And then think about, ask yourself, and the water. Oh, fuck that up.
Now, the flat Earth could use a modus tollens argument to disprove this by demonstrating that the shortest distance between any 2 points on the surface of the Earth is a straight line. In other words, a non-great circle distance. So, their work is cut out for them. This is Bob the Science Guy signing out from Northern Michigan. Thank you again for stopping by my channel. I really appreciate your support. Hit that like and subscribe before you leave. And while you're at it, go down to the description, see the link to my new channel, Research Flat Moon, where I'm posting all my new material, and hit a like and subscribe over there. Have a look around. I think you'll enjoy it. Take care, folks.